PMNC क्या कर रहे हैं पाकिस्तान?
भाई इसके भी लक्ष्य के भी बुरा हालात है।
क्या हो गया?
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the Pubg Mobile National Championship, the Pakistan region, of course, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro. My name is Fixes, of course. I am joined with Trooper. So, how are you, buddy?
I'm just perfect today and really excited for this national championship for the region of Pakistan. And let's see. The group stages are starting today. Fixes. I'm really excited. Let's see what sort of a teams are coming in from this region. What sort of a competition we are going to see from here. I'm really pumped up today. Let's see what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about new teams. We've also got some big teams joining with
Yeah.
us. And of course, today is group stage day number one. So we've got 32 teams who are going to be battling out with each other, and the top 24 teams qualify for the semi-finals. But then again, talking about these teams, I mean, I've been there with the Pakistan audience and with all the players, and they're all excited. Everyone riled up, stoked to prove themselves and perform at the biggest stage of them all, because whoever is the winner, whoever is performing so very good, they are definitely going to be getting those slots for the PMPL. So that's going to be huge, along with that big prize pool of $30,000. But we'll definitely talk about that. Now, today we've got matches lined up between Group A and B, and then we've got two matches coming in from Group C and D. So big names, of course. I'm really looking out for how these teams are going to be performing. And even more than that, every time we've got those national championship coming up, or even campus championship, I have my eye set on those new teams, the
Yeah.
underdogs, as you may call them. Now, talking about underdogs, you've been really familiar with them, but we'll get to that later. But here we have the tournament explanation. So pretty much standard what I've been saying: 32 teams divided into four groups, 8 teams in every single group. They will be battling it out, and top 24 teams are going to be qualifying for the semi-finals, out of which we've got three groups in which we've got 8 teams. And then for the finale, we've got our top 16 teams who are going to be grinding it together to get that massive prize pool of
Yeah,
30,000.
that is a massive prize pool. And as you explained, Fixes, not only the new teams, the season teams are also going to come into the action. So this is the perfect kind of mixture that we need, right? Coming out of from the in-game qualifiers, you have this total prize pool of $30,000 in this entire tournament. Coming now, we are going to start the group stages. This is the stage when you got to get serious, put the pedal there in the right pace, and you just got to make sure that you get a slot inside the semifinals. That is going to be the top 24. So we are going to say goodbye to 8 teams, bottom 8 teams by
Yeah.
the end of this leg. But who are they going to be? We'll have a look at the prize pool. First place takes away $10,000, and the prize pool just keeps on reducing. But that is a really good chunk of money for all those teams who are getting those good hashtag numbers towards them. The point system is also here in front of us. It's a pretty decent one. We are quite familiar with this.
Yeah, we certainly are. I mean, for the first position, you're going to get 15. And if you're from 8 to 16, you're not going to get a lot of points because 8 to 12, just one. And 13 to 16, nada. But what is really important, and what is the kind of USP for this region, is getting these kills. Because, comparatively to the other regions that we have in South Asia, I have always been saying it from day number one. Pakistan region has always been aggressive. They believe in getting a lot of kills for themselves, and that is how it works. You get a lot of kills, you get a lot of points, and yeah, you just have a good position. You're getting the chicken dinner, and there you have it. Bam, 30 plus points in just one game. So moving along, we do take a gander at the squad roster that we have in front of us: Action, Team Sky, Tyro X110, and I8 Esports. So quite some big names along with some newcomers.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of experience that I can see in the first four teams as well. But we have more teams coming in. The Bill Boys. This is a team I'll watch out for, because I just picked up a random team here. It's a new team that I've seen for the first time. Let's see how
Right.
they are going to perform. Team Legion, Team Envy. I've seen Team Envy before. Let's see what these teams are going to do. So as you said, some season teams, some new teams. This is going to be the perfect mixture for me. I'm really excited. Portal Esports is one of the team that our co-caster Ankit was talking about, that this is a really good team. We got to watch out for this. So,
Yeah.
yep, we'll keep an eye on all these teams. But just like Johnny also says, the first day of any event is when I also like to watch out and see how the teams are performing, what kind of rhythm they are in, and the schedule that is here for us now in front of us.
Yeah, definitely. Talk about the schedule. You've got 4 games between groups A and B, and there you have it. After that, the remainder 2 games will be between C and D. So that's going to be a different story altogether. So Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel is where we find these teams battling it out amongst each other, and then we have a different set of groups for the game number 5 and 6. So that's going to be in another story. But heading into it, nothing really out of ordinary, nothing really falling from the skies, right? We're talking about Erangel, the first map being played between these 2 teams, and we've got the likes of Portal Esports. We've even got I8. So many teams have different names, but I believe the players are same. We've seen them in the past. You've got I8, one of the strongest teams in this region, or maybe the strongest team
Yeah.
considering the previous accolades that they have amassed for themselves. But I really did not find crypto. There was someone by the name of Tandoor Khan. I do
Yeah.
not know who might that be, or maybe he's just wanting to go for a name change. But eventually, we will of course get to see. But yeah, I think I8 and Portal Esports being one of those, being 2 of those big names that we've seen in the past. But then again, they are stacked against all these newcomers. We really did not know what they're going to be putting on the table, or rather, how are they going to perform.
Yeah, you spoke about crypto, right? Crypto and Museum. What a wonderful day they had on the last day of the South Asia Championship. I remember the way they were topping up the charts. It was just amazing. The leaderboard, I think they ended in the top 4, top 5 over there. But apart from that team, there was no other team from the Pakistani region, right? So for me, this is the first time I'm going to watch the Pakistani teams from this stage of the tournament. So it's going to be a wonderful experience. I'm going to watch out for what kind of aggression they're going to come up with. Are they going to hide their strategies or not? Because we have seen them do like everything in the top level, right? For the teams like I8, even for freestyle, we have watched them. We have watched a lot of them. But these new teams, when they are going to come in, the plus point that they are going to carry is that they have seen these teams perform at the top
Yeah.
level, so they have got their homework done. But what about the new teams? Like they have, they're coming out of the shadow. No one actually knows or has done any homework upon them. Can they come up and surprise on the opening stages of these group of 32? That is going to be the thing to watch out for, at least for the first 2 to 3 days for me here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 100%, because we both know how important these tournaments are for those
Yeah.
new teams, the kind of X factor that they bring along with them. You never know. You could maybe find a new star of tomorrow, because, before Crypto came into limelight,
Yeah.
it was all about Rahman. Now, we know about Crypto. He's made it up, he's climbed up the ladder, he's made a name for himself. You never know. There can be another star in the making. Now, I would never say, or rather never compare another player with Crypto, or let's say by Rahman, because I believe every player has their own identity, has their own playing style. So I want to see those new stars also stepping up and have a really good future, because we've seen those days before where these players were trying regularly, vigorously,
Yeah.
every single day, night and out, and just practicing so that they can be over here. Now that they've made it, all they need to do is perform. So we've seen a lot of teams coming in here, like we've already mentioned. Now, Portal Esports, this is one of those teams that I really have to talk about, because the kind of a name that they have established for themselves in Pakistan has sort of seemed to dwindle out. We've seen a lapse in the performance lately, but today, with a new fresh start, maybe we can see the bigger, even bigger things from them, or maybe their redemption might just be in this tournament.
Yeah, but Portal Esports was definitely one of the teams that our co-casters were really excited about. So that is
Yeah.
something I want to look out for. And I think this team, Portal Esports, has 2 players that have moved out of freestyle in the past. So, yep, they know how to be in the limelight. They know everything, what to do and what not to do. So they have the experience behind them, and that is definitely going to play in their favors. But coming back to that same point, the other teams
Yeah.
know exactly what the players are going to do. But what are the new teams going to do? That is going to be the question. And adding on to crypto, I really believe that Museum also was an amazing
Yeah.
find from that entire tournament of PMPL South Asia Championship for this region, not only for the entire region, but from Pakistan specifically. So it's going to be a special thing how we are going to, how the team of I8 is going to move ahead. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we have this game number 1. The flight path is going to be here shortly in front of us. The plane is carrying all these players into the game for the first time here. Let's see. And look at the switches. We have 15 teams, 58 players joining in for this opener in the group stage at PUBG Mobile National Championship Pakistan 2021.
So definitely there's one defaulter, then we'll talk about them later. But right now, taking a look at the trajectory, we've got a rather southern flight path, right? So I'm somewhere anticipating the circle to be a default one, maybe towards a bit towards the northern side, but you never know, it can go towards the south as well. I mean, you talk about southern circles, I would love it if we get to see a military circle right off the bat.
That's always what I ask for in an Erangel game, and that too in an opener at a group stage where you got to come inside the top 24, right? So it's got to play a mental battle on the teams. They got to get a good start. They need to make sure that they're in the top 24 right from the beginning, and that is what they would be trying. Because if you're lurking around in the bottom eight, that is going to get an add-on extra pressure onto you, and no new team would actually want that on that shoulder. And exactly what we wanted fixes. We could have asked for a piece or something, maybe some biryani at this point, but a military circle is what we are getting, and let's see where this game heads to from here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've been talking about it, right? Biryani, and we know Pakistani people love that, and so do we. We definitely resonate on the same tone of here. Pizzas, nah, not today. But we've been asking for the military circle, so now this is pretty much evident, Trooper, that all these teams need to go for a quick rotation.
Yeah, that is the part of the military circle, right? You've got to make sure you capture the important points pretty early, and that is what these teams are going to do. But on the other hand, it's going to play a significant important role for those teams who have opted to land on the military island. I want to have a quick look at the map as well, which are the teams who are already finding themselves near the bridge or maybe inside the military base area as well. Is there going to be a collision for that drop? That is what I was looking for in this circle, because that plays a very crucial role. Even the Novo circle is into the equation, so Novo Ripnoy and the areas around that is going to be headed for a really quick rotation for these teams. And we should remember that the plane path was not very far away. So look at these teams like NFP, Tassim, TAC Tassim is here, and they have all like looted up quite quickly and heading for that military island right away. And they're into the rotation before the third minute has even ended over here.
I mean, that is exactly what these teams would have wanted, right? Just go in, get in fast, get your loot done, have a basic loot, because once you're in the certain circle, small hindrances in your timing might just lead into a squad wipe. So I'm pretty sure, I'm sort of anticipating that these lads might just go in for a quick rotation, maybe loot somewhere around those bridge areas. So let's see what they're up to. But for the meanwhile, I think they've just collected the vehicle and they are yet to get started with their loot.
Yep, they're moving from compound to compound together. They early loot. That is also a pretty effective strategy. It's been a little outdated, but you never know if that sort of a strategy can actually work for you. And that is a really good thing. If you get all the four players in this early game, in the early 6 to 7 minutes, move from compound to compound, so you always have the manpower. And you might always find someone lurking around in a compound in a split situation. So that man advantage can always come into this equation. So I would really not discourage that strategy, but this is a pretty old strategy coming in, and I'm really excited to see the strategy still being used in Pakistan. But we'll find out what sort of results are they going to get from this.
All right, so we've got a bit of a scuffle over here. You've got Sky Ash right in front of Mustafa. So that's going to get really interesting, really spicy. Just any single moment as of now. The boys from Tyro 110 going up against NFP. So it's going to be an interesting duel. And Sky Ash seems to be surrounded. He needs backup because if the boys from Tyro, they're gonna go in for the push. It's gonna be so much gruesome for him to defend against two players pushing in from different angles. You've got even Zen looking at them. So I believe they need to do something. They need to do anything about it, because if they do not, they're basically done. And there you have Zen just taking a few shots at them, gets the first knock onto its healthy. Now Deadshot does realize that, all right, they've got a watcher amongst them, and does trade him off as well.
Yeah, he does. He does, but he's a little bit late on it, I would like to believe. And he's made sure Zayn, before Zayn was knocked out, he made sure that he gathered that all important point for himself. So this is Team Sky with a bit of experience. We've seen this team in the PMCC as well. Losing a player quite early for them is not exactly what they were looking for, fixes. But this is how the game works, right? This is how the dynamics work. They've already come in a 3-man squad, lost on a player, so a duo would just head on from here in this opener game. And this is the important in the important place, the strategic place that we were talking, these scattered houses just towards the north of the military base bridge, these are important, crucial locations, and any team might just be headed towards this in this sort of a circle. So they also need to make sure this duo that they head to a safer location, perhaps. But if they are going to be allowed to do that or not, that is going to be the question for now. And look at this massacre happening upon more players of Sky. They've lost another player down there. So just one solo guy remaining from this team. This is not the kind of start they were hoping for.
And certainly, they did not anticipate it, but then again, not being aware of your situation around you leads to such kind of outcomes, and they will have to deal with the brunt of it. And Deadshot just being the final survivor for his team, I'm rather concerned about him as to how is he gonna make out of here alive, because any single moments the remainder players of Tyro are gonna be pushing on towards him, and has managed to secure 2 kills though. But can he get more? Because we've got the players already sort of getting close on towards him. You've got Tyrant just passing in, and that might be a bit of a bummer for him. I really hope he survives.
Yeah, and the good news is Crypto is here with Uzium and Trenda. That is a good sight to see, and they got control of the military base as well. And look at the kind of situation that is developing towards the city of Milta and towards the southern side of the Novo Bridge as well. So these are the important critical locations that we got to watch out for in the early stages of this game. The team of STE is also moving in towards that place where we saw the last guy that shot from Sky as well. So these are going to be the critical key points of the fights that we're going to see inside the second and the third circle as well. The important question, however, is where is the circle going to shift? Which bridge is it going to favor, or is it going to go completely south towards the military island? That is going to shape the future of all these teams that are heading towards these bridges right now.
Right now, we've got actually Deadshot making those moves, right? He's trying to sort of find a different angle, because he's gotten 2 kills already. He's feeling confident about himself right now, trying to push on towards Mustafa. Any single moment, he might just catch them off guard. And he's still aggressing. Does not have a lot on his backpack, right? Just that one bandage. Apart from that, nothing at all.
And no waste at all. So he's clearly risking it. He knows he cannot have a lot of placement points out of the situation. So why not just add 1 or 2 kill points? That is exactly what Deadshot is looking for here in this opener. So kind of he's not looking to go all in. He's just trying to get some points here. This is a different sort of strategy. And I'll be pretty honest with you, Fixers. I've not seen this sort of an approach from a lot of players from the region, right? From the other regions of Bangladesh and Nepal. This is not what they do. If there's a solo player, he tries to go on deep into the game. He tries to look on for some placement points, and that is not what Deadshot is looking to do here. So, and look at this. We already have a bridge camp over here as well. So I'm already liking this region, Fixes.
Yeah, I mean, Bridge Camp, first game, bring it on. We are all excited. And we've got Team Envy sort of scattering around, 2 players near the bridge. You've got 2 players, just one anchoring down from behind and another on flank. That's a perfect setup. They've got a team right in front of them, I believe. And in a matter of seconds, we will get to know who exactly they are. But as of now, Absol just has his guards up. He knows the moment his opponents are going to peek, he's going to take a shot at them, and that might happen anytime soon. We've got Quantum Rage making a push on towards them, and all right, they've done a really good job at just kind of blocking it off, and they've taken a different route altogether. But then again, one of their players does get picked off, but all right, they do come up with an answer as they get in a few trades for themselves.
Definitely, Rage's teammate was not as lucky. MGS, he was just caught off guard there, and he was eliminated. But it was a really good move from Quantum Rage. I think his teammate should have waited a bit more, because the trajectory he took from the bridge did not give him a lot of information if the bridge was blocked or not. He just made sure that he crossed the bridge safely, but he did not give a lot did not give a lot of information to his teammates, and that is why he lost a teammate over there. But now it is clear that the bridge is blocked, so there are multiple teams that would be heading towards this Novo Bridge. We got to see what sort of an impact can Team Envy do here, because certainly right now the bridge is completely under their control.
Yeah, that certainly is. But if you take a look, we've got another 2 teams might just get into a kerfuffle very soon. You've got FourRebels closing in on Tyro 110. So now if you've got 2 players alive from that particular team going up against 4, I believe they do not have any idea as to where they are. So we're just gonna wait it out and find for ourselves if Hamza is actually gonna take a few shots, because this is one of those players that we do know of, right? We've seen him in the past. Of course, this time playing from a different banner. So let's see how he performs.
Yep, and a good position for all these players for FourRebels as well. This is the scattered compounds that we were talking, right? And this is the place where Deadshot was fighting a little while ago. I can see the remaining teams now are 14, so I would just be guessing maybe if Deadshot is the one who has been eliminated from the vicinity, because we cannot see him anywhere around. He was looking to pick up a fight. So now the situation in the scattered compounds is the second circle has already been shaped. There are two teams over there, so the Novo Bridge looks still in the circle, so it's looking sort of a southern circle here. It's looking to move towards the military base, and that is going to pose problems for all these teams that are still lurking around towards the main island, all looking to come from the Novo Bridge, as it has been blocked beautifully by Team Envy. Legion is right here in front of us. He's just stuck midway through that bridge, looking to sort of wait for an opening or something. He just needs to make that opening knock, and that is what they are looking to do over there.
Uh, right now, it's just these two teams, staring at each other,
Yeah.
kind of completely still. They did not really want to make the first move. Rather, I mean, this is supposed to be happening when you are playing TPP mode, but we've got Team Legion right in front of us, just playing on the edges, and they've not really made their way on towards the circle. So it's going to be interesting as to how they are going to be accomplishing it, because for one, they do know there's someone waiting just on the other side. All they need to do is figure out a way to just bypass through them, or just get some other angle by which they can get inside the zone. But looking at the circle, I mean, I'm pretty sure the boys from I8 are going to be enjoying their sweet little time, dropping off at military base, then having the circle completely shifting towards you. This is a dream start for them.
Perfect, and they are the only team inside the circle controlling sort of the military base and the higher ground towards the southern side of the military base bridge, right? So it's a perfect start for the lads of I8, and they have the ability, they have the skill set to make a serious impact in this opening game. I won't be surprised if they go home with the chicken dinner in this opener, but still a lot of other teams have a good chance. Just like Team Envy, they have left the Novo Bridge. That is the important thing. They've already got 2 kills in their name, and the entire team has head for the rotation inside the circle. So they've given the priority to the kills by blocking the bridge, but a good move coming in from them instantly. I would really appreciate this move coming in, that as soon as the third circle was formed, they made sure that they headed for the zone and not just waited on the bridge, because it is really important to have a good game. You've already got 2 to 3 kills. Just get some placement points as well. Make sure you get maximum players inside the circle, and that is exactly what they're doing. But look at what PFM Hawk 786 is doing. He's just drowned over there. A big rotation through the waterways, not going in his favor, and already players going down to the play zone and the water as well.
Gotta feel bad for Quantum Rage, to be honest, Trooper, because the circle has already gone past, and they've lost 2 players, and now they also have a burden to sort of get inside the zone. That's going to create a lot of problems for them, and the same can be said for CAFX, right? So all these teams opting for late rotations, like you mentioned, it's a good decision coming in by the boys from NB. They do see the bigger picture. They do know that if you sort of stay there for those 2-3 extra kills, you might just lose out on the chicken dinner, and they're here not to settle for anything less than that. So getting inside the circle, having a good spot for them, that is something that they would want. But right now they've got to deal with the likes of Freestyle and Respect, with a beautiful shot being taken out there, will of course secure that kill onto with Jadoo, but that's not going to happen because Team Ellis has sort of done that.
Wow. I absolutely love the logo for this team as well. Freestyle. Look at that F. It looks like a gun completely with a tilted head on it. What gun is that, Fixes? If you could figure that out for me.
I mean, it feels like it's a broken maybe M4, but I mean, we'll get back to that later, because we've got a few fights going on over here, and Freestyle already getting 1 kill confirmed for them. You've got Gully Boys just waiting around those bridges. He spots one more, but XGeneration in a bit of a pickle over here, as they have also been taken down. So Quantum Rage, after a bad start, they've managed to find a few kills, but I think it's not gonna matter a lot, because they have bigger problems to deal with, that is getting inside the zone.
Yeah, and sure, on one side or towards the Nova Bridge, we saw Team Envy that was looking to come onto the bridge early and then making that early rotation. But on the other side, we see here, look at the lads of Freestyle and I8. This is I8 getting some serious kills here onto this bridge. We also have the lads of Freestyle on the other side of this military bridge. We saw them doing some massacre to the teams who were looking to rotate, but this is now I8 towards the southern side of this military base bridge, getting some good kills for them. This is the lads of LS who are going down right now. So this is a pretty good start for the big teams already here. Teams like Envy, I8, Future Station, FS Freestyle. I'm sorry, they are looking to make a serious impression over already here. So let's see how the match is going to shape up from this side towards the military base bridge, because that is where things are really getting interesting over there.
It certainly is, and there you have it. We've got one team eliminated over here, and that's going to be XGen. And right now, we've got the players of Leisure just praying on towards the members of Sky, as we'll take a look at even a southwestern shift, and that is also going to favor a lot of teams, especially the likes of I8. And you've also got Freestyle making their way in, but now I8, they're going to make their way inside the zone, might just be met with some unfamiliar faces who are waiting to cut them down.
Yeah, and look at this circle. This is going further south, right? It is not stopping to go south. And the teams are going to face a lot of problem. And luckily for them, the area of military base is out of the zone right now. Team Legion, we saw them on the bridge earlier. They are towards this edge of the circle right now. Let's see what sort of an impact can they make. But now look at that. The lads of Envy on one side, NFP holding the circle on the other side. This is going to make things really crowded towards the southeast and southwest side of this fourth circle. And we got to remember that this fourth circle is closing in now. So these teams who are lurking on towards the southern side or on the edges are going to face problems once the fifth circle is going to shape up, because already 9 teams are still remaining, and that is going to it looks like it is going to favor the teams if it does not support the teams lurking around the edges.
But right now, I kind of like how Portal Esports, have positioned themselves. They're kind of playing in from the south western edge. They've got no teams behind the tail, so that's one good thing, because all they have to do is just wait it out, right? Wait for the right moment when the circle sort of goes away from you, make a move towards it. That's all you've got to do. But on the sidelines, we've got some fights happening, and Lost Esport have also been eliminated. But one good thing is that they've sort of managed to get 4 kills for themselves, so that is definitely going to work out for them. But Team Legion just trying to protect themselves, because they're sort of engulfed between a lot of teams. And there you have Quantum Rage also being thwarted off the game by the players of Team Envy.
Yeah, multiple teams going down and just 7 teams remaining. This is the fourth circle closing. So all these teams are going to be under a lot of pressure. We are into the 19th minute of the game. Still 24 lads surviving in this game. And look at this. Long mini shots with an 8x coming in from the distance for Team Envy. They've already got 3 kills under the name. Still 4 players remaining from Team Envy. So the kind of rotations that they're making and the kind of areas that they're controlling is looking really, really impressive for me. This team is looking in form. They mean business, and they're getting some kills now. Let's see what sort of a tally they are going to add up towards the end of the game. But on the other side, there's a split situation that they're dealing with. Even the zone, look at that, Fixes right on top of Team Envy. They were controlling the eastern half of the fourth circle. Now the fifth circle is right on top of them. They have concrete covers for themselves. They are really going to make some serious impact in the overall standing in this opener.
They certainly are. I mean, for what we've seen right now, a lot of teams have fallen, and courtesy to, of course, the zone rotation, right? A lot of them being engulfed by the circle itself. We've got Kevlar. Well, he's just pruned in, but from the back line, he's getting shot out from elsewhere, and he's going to get that knock by the players of Portal Esports. Montu securing one for him, as we've got Blair just going in, charging, getting those wipes for his team, and will, of course, secure that revive. But before he does that, he needs to drop off those smokes, he needs to get that res back up, and he needs to make sure that no one else falls down.
This is what we were talking about, right? If it moves away from the edges for all these teams towards the southeast and southwest side, they're going to have problems. And Team Legion struggling just outside those white lines towards the southern part of the zone. They're getting some serious shots pounded towards them from the lads of Portal Esports and Team NB controlling these concrete covers inside the circle right now. This is going to be an interesting corner here with 7 teams trying to get in there. Look at where Legion is right now. He's got a ridge just behind him, and they are players, so he's got to take that vehicle and get inside the zone. Even that vehicle is just about to burst. And look at that, Kevlar going down. Envy, AB saw getting shots on that buggy, eliminating him from the game. So these two are having the party. The biryani that we are talking about, they have the good chunk. Team Envy and Portal Esports.
Yeah, I mean, Team Legion also being wiped out. Now, we've got to see these two big stalwarts going up against each other, where we see the boys from Freestyle in a bit of a pickle as Respect has been taken down. Tyrant, of course, will pop in that revive, and Kali Boy dropping those smoke grenades just to get his teammate Sunny back online. Now, we've got 4 teams in contention, and we've got one team just holding the center who do have the maximum probability to get a chicken for themselves. But Freestyle have done a really decent job so far in sort of maintaining that equilibrium between getting enough kills and position points. But Trinda in a bit of a pickle as KSF has managed to drop him off with that SLR.
Interesting game from Freestyle though. Remember, they were outside the blue zone and the bridge was blocked by I8. Still, I can see that they've got all the 4 players. They've got some good kills under their name. So that is an interesting bridge to play with. It is going to get very tricky if the 6th zone, the next upcoming circle, slightly moves towards them. But for now, look at what Envy is enjoying. Already 6 kills under their belly. They still have the vehicles, the cover out there. This is going to get interesting. Where is the circle going to shift? Right on top of Envy and Portal Esports. They are on the other side of the roads and holding up good compounds. But this is going to pose a lot of problem for Freestyle, who are currently lurking around and trying to give some peeks over that ridge.
I mean, it's going to be interesting as to how Freestyle are going to be making their way inside the zone, because they do have that high ground advantage, and it sort of has backfired right now. The moment they try to come down, they are going to be just pounded with bullets, right? And elsewhere, you've got I8 also having just that edge. Apart from that, nothing more. They've managed to just secure 2 kills, and here we have the man that we've been talking about a lot lately, and that's going to be Crypto. He spotted Freestyle, he spotted the players of Envy also, so he's going to be very careful in the kind of rotations he makes. But for the meanwhile, I think he's just going to be patient. He's going to not really opt for those vehicles, rather go with his legs.
Yeah,
That's
and
what he's going to do.
that is a pretty dangerous decision to take at this point. It's a really risky thing to do. But he's got that DP 4x with him, so he's looking confident for now. And what an amazing combination. A DP with an M4. He's just looking to spray everyone out of the game. But is he going to do that or not? That is going to be the thing. If you would have asked me at the start of the game who are the 3 teams that you're looking forward in this tournament, I would have picked up I8, I would have picked up Freestyle, and maybe I would have picked up Portal Esports. And all these 3 teams fighting inside the final circle with Envy. There's a knock coming in from Envy. Ahmed getting that knock there. So look at that Freestyle. They are just now trying to move down that race. That is a very, very difficult position to be in. And that is, look at this, the vehicle damage dropping Sunny down. 3 lads still standing from Freestyle, trying to apply pressure on Portal Esports. That is the duo holding up that concrete house, and shots being taken by that SLR 8x on the lads of I8 as well. So a chaotic situation, shots being fired from all the 4 directions right now inside this final circle over here.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of pandemonium as to, 2 teams, they have to get inside the zone. We've got 2 teams defending. A lot of bullets being fired, but Absol does have that soft cover coming in from those smokes, but he needs to do better than that. He needs to get a good positioning. He needs to have a ridge by which he can survive from, because once that smoke dissipates, he's basically done.
Yeah, true. And really, look at the position of Portal Esports right now. Joker and Nocto, they are enjoying this favor of the zone constantly. The circle is not just moving away from them, but keeping them right in that crucial position. They've got this beautiful position from where they can give problems to Freestyle as well. But right now, Freestyle is concentrated to get some more kills. They've already got 5 in the tally. They are taking shots on the lads of Envy. I would be really interested to see how many lads from Envy are still surviving, but how close are all the 4 players of Freestyle to together? Even just one nade can do the damage here and wipe out the entire squad of Freestyle over here.
Absolutely. I was just getting over there. You literally spoke my mouth. And, now this is sort of troublesome for Freestyle, because considering how 3 of the players have positioned themselves to just drop off those Molotovs, I mean, if they can manage to get a knock out of there, they certainly can just try and move in. But I8, they're in a whole world of trouble, because Sexy Pistol, of course, does not have a pistol, does have that M4 on him, and any single moment he can take down not just 1, but 2 players out of I8 just spraying down, whipping a lot of shots, being responded instantly by I8. But how are they going to survive? Because Gully Boy has managed to take Twitter down. Hey, you have Uza making the move with his McLaren, but it's burning. And before that even happens, he has been taken down.
Wonderful. Desperate measures coming in for I8. Players going in different directions. There's not a specific direction that they chose for themselves, and all of them going down there. One of them not even being allowed to board the vehicle, but 2 players boarding the McLaren, trying to get in. Museum first and his teammate later. They have been eliminated, but they've got some pretty decent kills in the start. This was Johnny who was the final kill, and that kill went to the tally of Team Envy as well. Now we have Envy versus Portal Esports, and Freestyle just lurking around the corner. And Envy have got multiple players. Look at the minimap over there in the top right hand side corner. The kind of angles that Envy is controlling right now, and they have been playing brilliantly this game since the beginning. From the Nova Bridge to the edges that they were controlling towards the eastern side, and now an elimination coming in for Freestyle. Freestyle Gully Boy as well. Portal Esports Joker is the last surviving member, and there's a rush coming in from Envy. Joker is getting some shots on him. Can he get just 1 kill? I don't think he would be able to, because the nade is right on top of Joker, and he's been eliminated with an UMP coming in from 60 Pistol out there. The opening game going for Envy Esports.
Yeah, 100%. The way they got that chicken, they really had to work for it, right? They were not favored by the circle. They want to win set no rep no side. And we did have this discussion, right? Yeah. I mean, they were looking at the bigger picture. The moment the circle sort of shifted away from them, they made that rotation in. Had the best spot, sort of defended it really well. At a point, you gotta feel bad for teams like Freestyle, for teams like I8, who sort of had to make their way inside the zone, but eventually were met by the same fate, that is death itself. So apart from that, I really liked how Envy just not focusing on this position, rather also being aggressive in terms of kill, have managed to get themselves 27 points. And look at the damage numbers. It's 22,577. I mean, that's really big considering it's just the first game.
Yeah, it's just the first game, right? And a chicken dinner for them in the group stage is going to put them right on top. That is exactly what they were here for, right? And just like you said, Fixes, the way they were moving in at the right time, at the right spots, that is exactly why they got this chicken dinner in the favor, right? If some other team had controlled those houses when Team Envy was looking to make that rotation, it was certainly possible for I8 to do that, but they did not go for that. They went for the bridge, but it was in Team Envy that realized the importance of holding up crucial, important positions inside the third circle only. It was lucky for them that the exact house was inside the zone for the sixth circle as well. But look at the number of kills here for the MVP for our game. That is Envy Absol, the lad that you were cheering for. He's got 6 kills here, a damage of 1,000 in this opener. This is going to do a hell lot of good for their confidence, and Envy is on the right track just from the word go from this opening goal.
I mean, Absol, right? He's not a newcomer for sure. I've casted him in multiple events. Now playing for a team like Envy and coming in right off the bat, 1,000 damage. Now on an individual scale, that's too much, and you've got 6 kills out of it, and of which even 1 assist. So that's really, really good numbers coming in. And once you start getting those numbers right from the first game, it really sort of boosts your morale. And then again, moving ahead, if you talk about how this entire game panned out, it was sort of really fast, right? Because the kind of a circle shift that we had, a lot of teams had trouble sort of adjusting to it, that they were trying to get inside the zone. They did not really opt for those quick rotations, which they should have. But then again, that's for a later story. They are definitely going to be looking back at their drawing boards and jotting down their mistakes, and that is certainly one of them. Because whenever we're talking about those certain circles, you need to really have those fast rotations going in. Now taking a look at the top 4 players in the lobby, we've also got respect from Freestyle, and the remainder top 3 is of course for Team Envy, of course having the highest kills for themselves. And then you have respect from Freestyle, considering the position that they were in. 2 kills, 406 damage. I'm happy.
Yeah, even I'm happy with the performance, and the 3 teams that I was picking up during the mid game they did not get the chicken dinner, and the chicken dinner went to Team Envy. So that is some sort of a good thing to start with, and I'm really impressed with this first game. To be honest, this is the first game that I've casted for the Pakistani region, and the kind of gameplay that I've seen, and I'm really impressed. If I would say, if it has not been to the top-notch level at the world level, but it is certainly, I've not seen a lot
Getting
of
there.
mistakes coming. I've not seen a lot of mistakes coming in. Those rookie mistakes that I have seen in other regions, the mistakes were sort of absent over here. The match summary is here now, here in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Absor getting 6 kills, he got the highest, and then we had the longest distance kill coming in for CAF's Joker over here. He got a 625 meter. Fixes, how is even that possible?
I mean, I really would want to take a look if we have a highlight, because 625 meters, I mean, that's too far. That's very, very far. He must have, the kind of bullet drop that you get. I really want to see which weapon he did that from. But, that maybe we have it in the highlight reel. But either ways, the match rankings right in front of us. Team Envy and Team Portal Esports having secured themselves the first and second position respectively. But Freestyle getting those 7 kills will, of course, secure them that second spot right off the bat. I8, well, they went in for the positioning. They kind of were sort of towards the southern side of the Millie Bridge, and they did anticipate that sort of a southwestern shift. They could not adapt to that, barring which they had to deal with their makers, and they had to get eliminated on the 4th spot. Had they had the center, they could have easily gotten the chicken dinner, but that was with Envy, and they protected it really well. We do have one team, of course, not playing with us, so I think that has to be random for.
Yep, that is the team that is missing out from here. But we would be hopeful to find them in the next game for sure. But for now, the Renaissance and the TheBillyBoys, they need to figure out what went wrong over here. So 0 points for these two teams here in this opening game. That is not what they were looking for. But still, they've got a lot of chances today. 3 more games remaining for these groups here. For this specific slot list of 16 teams that is going to play the first 4 matches today. So we're going to find out what these lads are going to do. But look at what a start for Team Sky. Just 2 points. This is a big name from the region, a promising name from the region, not getting a good start in this opening game. So some of the teams that we were looking forward to, that we were expecting to get a good game in this opener, did manage to do so, but only a few names missing out. So I would really be interested how things are going to change as we go to the off maps. Sanhok and Miramar, that is what I'm talking about. And with 2 Miramars coming in this day, this is going to be really interesting. When we watch the first Miramar, the strategies, the drop locations, they are going to come into equation.
They certainly are. I mean, now that you've mentioned Miramar, I'm getting all riled up right now, because I know these teams love their Miramar. You talk about Pakistani teams in the global stages, you always talk about Miramar. So we've seen those, bigger players, the big names popping off. You never know, you can have a underdog team, howsoever, getting a chicken for themselves. But the storyline up until now has been about those big names, right?
Yeah.
All the other teams sort of need to figure themselves out, sort of need to find a way to kind of get themselves in, and what better way than getting a lot of kills and good position points. Now, the top 4 that we did see was sort of anticipated, right? So I'm not kind of happy with it. I wanted to see some other teams, some newer names, like we both have been rooting for those underdogs. Nothing taken away from the bigger teams, of course. You play a good game of PUBG Mobile, you get yourself for chicken dinner. But when you talk about the national championships coming in, that is where you sort of start building up your kind of anticipation of seeing which newer team is going to be performing for today. So Absol has sort of been the star performer, of course, had been sort of overshadowed by the big names, but there you have it. He found his mark, managed to get those 6 kills, managed to get those chicken dinner for himself. Now from here onwards, we've got our eyes on towards him as to how much more can he really perform.
Yeah, definitely. And when it comes to the national stage, right, it is a different sort of adrenaline that comes in to become the best team in your nation. That is what we are looking for, and in this tournament, right? So which is the best team from the entire nation? Can you become that? That is the challenge in front of all these lads. With Envy coming in this opening chicken dinner, they are going to be really pumped up for the remaining.
They certainly are going to be pumped. moments that we've got in front of us, and so many things are happening, around that bridge area, right? So, we did see those fights, did see those pushes coming in from everyone. Our team Legion, they were looking really strong for a moment, but they were kind of shut down by how well the other teams were playing. And we did have, that kind of a situation where we had those teams sort of defending one position, and they had a fortress to defend, and they did that in a beautiful, beautiful fashion.
The amazing thing that from that Oppo F19 Pro moments was that scene where i8 was trying to get those vehicles inside and trying to get into a position. Uzium went down, Johnny went down, freestyle making sure, and NB, one of the kill went to the lads of team NB as well. They made sure they did not allow that late rotation coming in. So the mistakes were being punished. That is what I was talking about. All the things were pretty decent to put up to. I like the way NB played this opening game. I like the way how Freestyle played this opening game. So I'm really looking forward to, first of all, who are going to be the 24 teams who are going towards the semi-final, but the kind of experience that they're going to gain from all these matches, these big names, what are they going to do? That is what we are here for.
I'm pretty sure, teams from Group C and D would be watching the match, and they're going to be taking a few pointers because they might
Yep.
meet up against each other anytime soon. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be heading for a quick short breather. We'll be right back with game number 2. You don't go anywhere.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. Good thing going. Good thing going on. Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. Good thing going. Good thing going on.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship, of course, the Pakistan region, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro. Woke up your fun. And we've already done with the first game, of course, Team NV securing themselves a chicken dinner. Now we're sort of heading into Miramar. We had that Southern Military Circle. Now, Trooper, predictions, speculations, whatever you may call it, where do you think the zone is going to be forming? And that the same question is also for our viewers.
Okay, for the zone for that is going to be a very difficult thing. But yes, I was going to say once the plane path is going to be here, then maybe I would be able to predict where the zone might go for. So looking at the plane path, this sort of a plane path, the circle would either go towards that Al-Azhar region or would go towards that Wildemar region. That is going to be the extreme, either northeast or the southwest side. That is what I would predict from here. But by the looks of it, I'm feeling like the game is going to be played mostly towards this northern half of the game. But this is a pretty decent playing path, to be honest. Fixes all these teams, except for the lads who would have probably thought to go towards Al Azhar, Cruz de Vel, Torre Ahumada. Everyone else would be sort of really happy with the trajectory of this playing path.
Yeah, there sort of would be, because this is kind of default, right? This is where we see sort of the map being bifurcated into two halves, and the best part about Miramar is they do not really throw you with whammy circles, right? You sort
Yeah.
of get a default circle. Somewhere, these teams can find a place for themselves. They do not really have to cross the bridge unless and until we're looking at a prison or a monastel circle. But I somewhere anticipate it around the power grid or maybe Monte Nuevo, but time is gonna tell. And in a few seconds, we of course will know it.
Ooh.
It's a northern circle, somewhere centering around San Martin.
Yeah, that is a really good circle to start the game for the plane part. But the good thing, the good news from the center here is that the random four have not made the same error that they made in the opening game. They are here with all the four lads. Hasnath is here with Slay, and another Hasnath from the team. A lad with Hasnath with two A's and Hasnath with a single A. So that is going to be a pretty interesting thing for our team as well to make sure who got the kills where. But right now we have a lot of traffic. Look at this, Fixes in Los Leonos, in the areas just towards Impala. Multiple teams have dropped in towards that region, and Montenuevo. Look at that. I think three teams inside Montenuevo already. So a lot of action is going
Huh.
to come in from these areas. But we are headed
And
towards El Pozo.
there you have it. I mean, you're talking about action. You've got Knocked already right off the bat, being taken down by the boys from Team Legion. So it's going to create a bit of a trouble for them, as Portal Esports having lost out on one of their players already. So this is a kind of a nightmare, but this is a kind of an X factor, like we said, right? Like we discussed
Yeah.
earlier, that these teams put up. You never know where they're going to drop.
And that is the problem inside the first game. They know these teams, but they have not regularly practiced among the same set of exact 16 teams. That is why this problem comes up in an opener always in Miramar, and that is what I love about Miramar. But these Pakistani lads fighting inside the desert into some early fight, and look at that, so early in the game we are watching M249 action thanks to the new update, and this gun is being utilized by the players of Portal Esports here quite early. So this is a pretty decent start for all the teams here, and let's see how the match is going to progress, because a lot of teams are finding themselves with a lot of neighbors around the cities and outside the zone as well. So that is in fact the Portal Esports is getting the shots from that M249, so that is a sort of concern for them. But a lot of teams are finding neighbors around them within the cities that are outside the circle, so they need to make sure when are they going to time that rotation, that initial rotation that they are going to look for, because they really need some good loot before they do so, because the plane path was headed towards the north itself, so they would
Yeah.
just always be under that problem and always that confusion that which compound should they go for their secondary loot if they decide to. So that is going to be a lot of questions that the IGLs are that they have to answer here.
Definitely a lot of questions that need some answers, but more than that, right now, I'm rather worried about Portal Esports. I mean, they've had such a good game, and right off the bat in the second game, they've lost two of their players, so they need to do something about it. But we've got the boys from Quantum Rage, Adil, Oreo, Emerge, and of course, Waz. What are these lads up to? They've got a fight right in front of them, which is going to be really tricky. You've got FourRebels, and they're taking a few shots at them, and Adil has taken quite some damage, still heading on towards Vaz. You've got his teammates providing that quintessential cover fire. You've got Oreo there in the fire of fray, but right now I really want to see how the movements come in by the boys from FourRebels. So let's see. They are yet to make their mark.
Definitely, they are yet to make their mark, and I can see another team inside the vicinity. So that is going to pump up things a little bit more for these lads. Four Rebels are already in the situation with Quantum Rage right now. The revive has already been pulled up, but the concrete cover that a city provides, that is what is the important thing inside these fights, right? This is the early stage, not a lot of loot for all the lads out here, but they are committed towards this early fight. Just a UZ without an extended mag, that is what King is using, and he's got an extended on the UMP though. But these are early halves of the match, just 6 minutes into the game. They're already around enemies over here. A nade coming in, getting a knock on the four rebels, but that is just time that they are buying. I know they're not going to commit into this fight so early into the game, but they are looking to change things, move inside a certain direction, trying to control that half of the city. But the lads of four rebels just holding up areas, not making or committing themselves quite early into the game. They've lost a lad already quite early into the game, but look at that. Quantum Rage holding up angles, four rebels holding up angles inside Montenegro. And that is exactly what I was talking about. They got to decide when they got to put in their initial rotation, because you're going to waste in a lot of time in these fights, and you're not going to get a lot of kills out of this as well. But that is going to hurt you when you go into that later circles inside the second and third zone. As the already we can see here, the first circle is almost half closed, and the city of Montenegro is going to get under the blue pretty soon. But these guys, they need to make sure how are they going to move, because clearly they do not have any vehicles as of now, and they are towards the edge of the first zone. So they really need to make pick up points where they are going to head.
Yeah, I mean that's going to be really imperative for them. But having lost out on Oreo, they've sort of managed to secure that trade, but they need to get more than that. They cannot certainly afford to get more of their men down, because we do know Quantum Rage, they definitely are playing from a new banner, but the players are seasoned veterans. And in Miramar, even you would kind of sort of agree to the same fact that you need to have all four of your players alive, because it's so vast. You need to make sure you've got all your angles checked, every single corner is covered, so that no team sort of pounces down on towards you. But it is what it is, and now they've got to sort of deal with the loss. And now I really want to see the team right beside them. They've also lost a few numbers, but how are they going to retaliate back?
Yeah, that is what I've been discussing here. That this is going to be bad for both the teams' fixes, and that is
Yeah.
not the ideal situation you want to start your Miramar game with. Because when it comes down to Miramar, there's a lot of rotation, there's a lot of secondary loot options, and a lot of compound selection that comes into the equation. And if you're getting into this early fight so early into the game in your first Miramar, you're wasting onto the time. Those crucial decision making, you're going to get late with it. Because we saw Envy, right? What was the key for them in the last game? We calculated that the rotations coming in at the right time was the thing that helped Team Envy get that chicken in the first game. And when you get into these sort of a situations, that is where you sort of have to compromise with time, or on your loot, or on the vehicle. Something or the other is not going to be the perfect scenario for you, and that might just be for you. Because the difficulty in getting inside the final circle, taking maximum players inside, is what every team is going to face, and provide that hurdle to the other. And this is something these lads really need to work. Quite early days in the group stage, they really just need to figure out where to put in that drop, so that they can get that early good loot, they can get the vehicles, and head on towards wherever the circle is.
Yeah, of course. I mean, right now, considering how the circle is sort of panning out, we are sort of anticipating that northern power grid-ish circle, right? Where the
Yeah.
boys, we've got Zen, I think it's Team Tyro, 110, heading over there. So that's a good spot. But it can also take a rotation on towards water treatment. But like we had sort of predicted, exactly going bang on over there, southwestern curveball being thrown. And thankfully, a lot of teams are sort of read that around, and then they're in that nearby vicinity. So now, for the teams who have the highest altitude for themselves, they're gonna enjoy them. But looking at this, the AWM, and that too with an 8 times. I mean, how often has it happened with us that we get an AWM with an 8 times? Usually, it does come with a suppressor, and that too also from the AR category.
Otherwise,
That
it comes
happens
in the
with me.
Sanhok map.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's Sanhok. Now, this is sort of a dream loot, right?
Yeah, especially for the map of Miramar. But I'm quite surprised, Fixes, here with the position of Team Envy when we sort of had a sneak peek onto the map. They are still towards the southern part of the city of Los Leonos. They are making a pretty late rotation inside Miramar. So different games, different strategies, different tactics coming into equation. That is, I'm already liking this Team Envy over here, and I certainly hope they might just get some results out in this game. But the important thing out of this in early game was that there was no team inside the city of Picado, and that is a pretty good drop location, my friend. So that is something you got to figure out. Some of the IGLs, if they would be listening to this later, they Picado is certainly a good option for them.
Yeah, but look at the push coming in from the boys from Lost Boys, and there you have Marcel already taking one down. Hawk will be biting the dust. I believe it's the last player, Hulk, who's surviving for the Billy Boys, who is going to be taken down in no time at all. And there you have it, Lost Esports, having already secured them the first squad wipe of the game, and have managed to amass themselves 3 kills. So they do have a good position now for themselves. They've got 3 kills. They certainly are eyeing out for the chicken.
The smoke, it is like the smoked kebab, right? They gave no option right away to
Kebabs.
Lost Esports.
You had
and
to
make
do that. You had
I
to
know,
do that.
I know how much you love food, right? So I have
Make
to
the
bring that
fat man
up.
hungry.
Always, that is the good thing to do. But I absolutely love that push, right? It was fearless way, the way they entered there and
Yeah.
smoked them out completely out of that compound. Billy Boys had absolutely no answer to Lost Esports there. So this is a pretty decent push for the map of Miramar, right? Because in Miramar there are multiple angles. The compounds are not like the usual compounds in Erangel. So you got to be pretty equipped and know all the or you should know all the angles from where you might just get surprised. But
Yeah.
luckily for Lost Esports, they knew exactly where the players were, and a brilliant execution of that push, just eliminating the entire squad of Billy Boys in the early half of this game.
You know, I really want to put some salt to the wounds of the Billy Boys, right? Imagine, Trooper, in a different parallel universe, they had been punctual, they had been disciplined. Had they had their fourth player, I mean, they
Yeah.
could have done something about it. They could have gotten their players back up alive. I mean, one player even missing out from your squad impacts your game on multitude levels. So they certainly sort of failed to do so, and they've dealt with the brunt of it and Lost Esports, capitalizing on it, have managed to secure 3 for them. As now they're making a move, and this is a good one, right? They're getting those hill covers for them. Boy, oh boy, MK14, my favorite airdrop, now comes with an extended quick draw AR. Now, the best that you
Exactly.
could anticipate. Now, the PUBG Mobile gods have been so benevolent on these lads. They're giving whatever they want.
Yeah, just show us what you got. That is exactly what the offer here is
What
from the
happens?
airdrops. Yeah.
It never happens. It never happens. You've got an MK14 with something that I would never use it with. So now that I'm getting an MK with an extended AR, I might as well go for it.
Yeah, and another Eastern shift in the third circle fixes. That was the same thing that happened in Erangel as well. Once
Yeah.
again, a Eastern shift coming in. A lot of teams are finding themselves into a good, crispy spot out there. Look at I8, where they are, just towards the northern side of the city of San Martin. They are looking so beautiful in that location. They are in their vehicles heading towards the center, but there's a big traffic coming in from the western edge. Look at
Yeah.
the lads of LG and FL Zenoob, the lads of CAFX Jadu, all these players, Lost Esports getting in there. So a lot of action is anticipated to come in from those higher ridges towards the western side of San Martin.
Yeah, absolutely bang on analysis over there, Trooper, because the western side seems to be so very much clustered up with so many multiple teams. Now, that is one area that we really have to focus upon. Now, the teams that have made it inside the circle, they're gonna enjoy themselves. They're gonna have a sweet time. But the teams that haven't, they're gonna be meeting their makers anytime soon. Or if they're really good, if they're as good as Envy, if they can get those kills, good for them. But right now, we've got sort of a mid-range combat between Tyro going all the way up against another team in the far off fray, and that's going to be Lost Esport, who have actually managed to wipe out one squad for themselves.
Yes, and they have got some good kills under their belly, and they've also got a good position inside the zone, and that is an interesting thing for them. That was something that NV Esports had in the last game, but NV Esports at this game is playing a completely different ball game, right? They're still not into the equation, let alone the circle right now. Let's see what sort of an approach they are going to come up with. But we have here towards the western side that we were talking about the lads of CAFXSSP over here, and they've got a team right on top of the ridge. That is going to pose a lot of problems to them. But to make sure that there's another team just behind them, that is Tyro 110. So that traffic, that cluster towards the western side, not allowing any one team to sort of control the region completely over
Yeah.
there. Every team is like sort of bundled in their covers and not able to like completely express themselves. This is the kind of thing you expect inside the final circles, not inside the third. With 15 teams, 53 players, we are headed towards an exciting finish over here.
We certainly are. I mean, I'm rather concerned about the boys from I8 because last I saw them, they were sort of rotating from the southern side. They've found themselves that San Martin area, but that's not going to be enough as the circle throws yet another curveball towards water treatment. Now, considering the fact that NV have got a very good position, being on these edges, having that high altitude, they're going to be making that rotation in. But this sort of makes me even more concerned for the lads for I8 because the moment they start entering it, some or the other team is definitely going to fire at them and they might have to deal with the brunt of it. But for the meanwhile, it's already the fourth circle going to kick in 30 seconds. We still have 15 teams alive. So we're looking at a very, clustered up final circles, Trooper.
That is the kind of Miramar I love, and I'm really excited that that is what we are getting from the first game. This is the first game, right? A lot of teams did not get a complete city to loot, did not get the kind of loot they would enjoy. But with the slightly northern shift and envy right towards the southern part of the circle, I would be really interested if they go for that gatekeeping situation, because they did go for the bridge camp that gave them some kills. If they go for the gatekeep under this situation, that is going to give them another advantage. But with that amount of traffic coming in from the western and the southern side, if they decide to control that higher ridge, it's going to become an interesting thing. They might just be on the receiving end of it as well. So these are all the things that we got to look for. But right now we are headed towards the western side, where Lost Esports is getting into their second fight of the game. They've already got 3 under the belly, 2 players knocked from the opponents right here in front of them. So they are looking to make an impact in this second game here in this Miramar desert.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they are actually making those impacts over there, having already taken one out. Now taking a look at Tyro. Now these guys have to deal with the big guns themselves. That is I8, and having already lost out on 420, their chances look very slim. But here we have another fight. Lost just being really aggressive. I believe he did take some bullets, but that does not deter him. And there you have it. CAFX, they've been eliminated at the 15th spot. Now they do go off with a few kills, but Ahmed finding a beautiful knock onto it. Crypto, who was sort of not attentive over there, did not really anticipate shots from that angle. But I really hope Johnny's dropped those smoke bombs for him, and he's going to go in for the refight. But that might look a bit far-fetched, and somehow, Crypto has made it alive.
Yeah, that is a really close call for Crypto over there. But the interesting thing fixes here, not a lot of action coming in from the eastern and the northern side of the zone, but certainly coming in from the southwest section. We are watching these constant fights being shaped over here. Legion getting into a fight as well over there. So we are watching multiple fights right now in the game. 14 teams still remaining inside this Miramar game. The kind of the ideal Miramar definition of a game you would ask for, you would want for, that is what we are receiving from this region. I'm really excited and impressed the way these teams have played in the first 2 matches over here. So what are your initial calls, right? What are you expecting overall from the region fixes? Like if you've just watched 1.5 game, what are you thinking we are headed towards here?
I think, like I've always been vocal about it, Pakistan region always never ceases to surprise me. They always have something, hiding under their belt, and they've already done that. But now we have got a bit of a fight. Team NFP going up against Random 4 as Slay has been taken down. It's all upon the last player who's on the far off right, just trying to defend himself. But for how long? That is a big question, as Tacta, He's got a different angle for himself. He's not really worried about that, but they also need to get inside the circle. Now, considering they've been spotted out by a different team altogether, it's going to be a bit difficult. But Hasnath, he's just on the back of vicinity over there. You've got Error also taking a bit of shots. Now his position has been compromised as the push goes in. Two players pushing in tandem, and both of them having been taken down by Error. Some beautiful knocks coming out from these lads. He'll definitely get those kills confirmed as the last two players still remain alive, but he goes in with those pre-fires onto it, standing out. Can he get one more? Yes, he does. On the way for his squad wipe. Can he do it? Yes, he does. A beautiful 1v4, single-handedly solo wiping out the squad. And Hasnath being the last player alive. I think it was sort of a 2v2 skirmish, I believe. And either ways, they got a squad wipe.
Amazing squad wipe coming in from the lads there, and this was Team Sky. The team did not have a good opening game as well, but they are going down here as well. Another team that is looking into a difficult situation right now, that was XGeneration taking those fights inside the circle right now. But we have more action coming in from Sky. Look at what they are doing over here, getting some more kills, getting those shots here. That look at that, another team being eliminated. Renaissance 7 out of the game already, but Sky already 2 kills under the name. They've just come up here with a 3-man squad and getting some good kills under their belly. But we have Freestyle in the action as well towards the southern edge of the zone, where Lost Esports sort of looking to control things, but right now under a lot of pressure, because just on the other side of the ridge we have the lads of Freestyle, and a knock coming in from the long distance. That is the lads of XGeneration putting them down. A lot of teams inside this vicinity towards the southern edges, and look at Freestyle trying to control NB over here. They were lurking around the edges in this game, not going in the favor. Sunny coming in with that big nade on KSF, and that last pixel of the health bar being demolished completely by the lads of Freestyle. All 4 lads standing up. Team Envy eliminated in the 10th position.
They certainly are. Now this is revenge being taken by Freestyle, having wiped out Envy. And now Quantum Rage taking a few shots onto it. The players of Lost Esport over there. And we do not really know exactly who, but they are certainly enjoying themselves the center area. But take a look at the southern split there, Troopers. So many teams in that spot. Everyone sort of hoping that the next shift sort of favors them. Otherwise, it's going to be so much difficult for them to sort of get in. And well, it's sort of towards them, but they still have to make that move.
But is that a shack where Lost Esports is still surviving? They were on the center of this previous 4th circle, but they are still inside that 5th circle. That is sort of the good news for them. And Team Sky still into action. Look at the cluster that that is just towards the southern part of Team Sky fixes. A lot of teams trying to come out of and erupt out of that situation. And this is certainly not looking good for all these 3 teams trying to fight over here. FourRebels also into action. They have got some good angles to work with, but the first thing would be the revive coming on to Hamza. That is an important man that they got to revive. But the push coming in from Sky, look at that. Players coming in from different angles. Dino trying to suppress him with that jump shot coming in. Ahmed, he's solo, but with that drop shot, gets that knock. But that kill coming in from the range. That is the elimination for Tyro 110. And somehow NFS Sky is still fighting into this action.
They certainly are, but look at the players of FourRebels. They are going into those med patches over there as the circle has already gone beyond them. Now NFP Sky, they have to make their way inside the zone, and before that they need to ensure that the team right in front of them has been wounded, has been knocked out. But here we have Quantum Rage still with just their 2 players surviving, and right from the very get-go, right, they did not have the numbers. Now which is 3, my apologies there, they still are looking so good. They're looking so promising, you know, taking that rotation from the western areas. Now I've got the boys from XGeneration completely pins it down. And how long are they going to survive though? Because Rahman, any single moment he's going to be falling. And the same can be said for Team Freestyle over there.
Yeah, and I believe there are no pizzas or sandwiches inside the region of Pakistan. There are kebabs, right? So under that smoke, that kebabbed up situation for the lads over there. And look at this, Backstab coming in, and he's been eliminated. Last player down for freestyle. Sunny was the lads trying to survive over there, but look at that. The lads of XGeneration still looking to survive over there. Quantum Rage has the exact idea, but freestyle have now been replaced by another team over there. So the situation still persists for the lads of XGeneration. Let's see what they're going to do. But meanwhile, these three teams are in the situation. Portals of Esports, the fourth team, they've also been eliminated. I believe it was the lads of Sky who are making that impact with that height advantage that they're enjoying right now. But look at this. Portal Esports, Quantum Rage somehow still holding on to that shack. How long are they going to survive, you think, Fixers?
Just one grenade shy of absolutely being blown away. But either ways, I mean, to do that, they really need to get up close and personal. So it's going to be a rather daunting task. We've seen a similar clutch from this one little shack. That was in, I believe, a certain scrim, in which, of course, it was Dead Eyes from, of course, the Nepal region coming up as the victors. But for the meanwhile, you've got Adil getting that one knock onto its Rahman. But now, considering we've got that Mexican trifecta of death being dealt, now it is all gonna come down to, you know, when is Team Sky gonna push. And I've got to tell you this, they've been in that same very position. They had been 1v4'd by Shifu before, but now in similar circumstances, they do not have the men. They've got just that 3-man squad, but they've got 11 kills. They've been looking very promising. They've been looking very sharp. Can they get the chicken this time? That's the big question. But considering the fact that they've got to deal with Quantum Rage, who has got the best position inside the circle, which might be a bad decision because they block their own view. But still, having some positions being revealed to themselves, they're going to take those shots. But that's not going to matter because now NFP has done their rotation fairly well.
Yeah, and really well. It is an interesting the way the circle has like sort of favored the shack over here, and now the lads of Quantum Rage realizing that they need to move out of the shack. But that opportunity that they gave to Team Sky, they are now closing in fearlessly, trying to get in there. A stun being pulled right inside the smoke over there. That is going to buy them a little more seconds to close in. That is exactly what Hilsey is trying to do over here. Pressure over the lads of Quantum Rage. One of them is still knocked. Two of them still standing up. Another player goes down now. Just the last player standing. NGS and Team Sky making sure that they capitalize onto the situation. First they eliminated freestyle, and then inside the final circles in the final moment they held on and capitalized over the lads of Quantum Rage inside that shack and made sure that they get this 15 kill chicken dinner in this opening Miramar game. That is an amazing number to get out in this contest.
Yeah, I mean, wow, you've got to give it to them. The props definitely to Team Sky. But more than that, I really felt that Quantum Rage sort of threw this game. You know, that is what you call a throw, right? You had complete vision. You could have literally denied them their rotation. But, you know, opting to smoke off yourself, blocking your own vision, and at the cost of what? Now, NFP got a good position for themselves. All they had to do was get up close and personal. They had the momentum going in their favor. And by just 3 players, they've managed to secure 15 kills, 2300 damage, and 30 points just from that one game, propelling themselves in the overall standings as well. I mean, gotta give it to them, man. I loved how they played.
Absolutely, and that is just thanks and kudos to the performance of Team Envy as well. They got 27 in the last game, but not even 3 in this. So thanks to them, they have this #1 position for now. This is Team Sky, which did not get an opening good game. Remember, they just got 2 points out of their first game, and now they are here with a 15 kill chicken dinner. 32 is the overall points that they have got out of these 2 games. So they would be really happy with this performance. But the most valuable player, Halsey, he was the one running out in the open. He was the one charging in there. He's got 8 kills under his belly with a damage of 896. That's a big contribution coming in from the lad for his team, and that is going to uplift the spirits a lot higher.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we're talking about individual skill sets, right? You've got Apso in one game getting 6. Now comes Helzi with 8. Now, these were the mistakes that I was looking at, you know. I was looking really close to with Sky. Last time, they completely messed up. They crapped their pants. I really hope this time that should not have happened. And they exactly knew what to do, and they went with it. They had a game plan. They had improvised on themselves. And there you have the result coming out. Just put in those hours, you're gonna get success. And there you have it, top 4 players. You've got Sky Ash, and you've got even Halsey, getting 12 kills. And this is big, right? This is definitely big. Considering
Yeah.
X Generation, they did go for that survival kind of a play, but they did not really have a lot of options. But I really loved how Lost Esport played in this one as well. Not getting the best of positions that they would have hoped for, but still, the number of times that they were alive, they did manage to get quite some good kills for themselves. But taking a look at the match summary, now things look a bit better. I mean,
Look,
600 meters of long range shots. I mean, that was out of my mind, right? Now this is something that, yeah, I can digest.
but look at that, 6 assists for the lad of for the psycho lad from X Generation, right? What a
Yeah.
game he had had, and he was in that smoked kebab situation which we were talking of, right? So this
Yeah.
was a pretty tough game for the lads of X Generation, but he really got 3 kills, a damage of 786 under his belly, and 6 assists. So this is a special performance coming in from X Generation, and that is why you see them getting those 19 points out of this game. They would be really happy. You can see Quantum Rage slipping down to that third position just inside this game. They just managed to get 16, but kudos to those 9 kills for the team of X Generation. They are finding them inside the second spot in this game. Team Sky getting this chicken dinner in this opening Miramar. That is something we're going to remember and compare their performance in the remaining Miramar matches that we witnessed them playing. But for now, they have made sure that they capitalize the desert game over here.
I mean, to be honest, now Freestyle Portal Esports have done a decent job at sort of maintaining that consistency, because you take a look at I8 and Team Envy, they're in the bottom half, and this sort of will be hurting them on the longer run. But then again, we need to cut these boys some slack, right? Because out of those 32 teams we've got top 24 qualifying. So I'm pretty sure these lads are gonna have no trouble in sort of getting in. But the Billy Boys. All right, the Billy Boys, they could have done way better, and they should actually start off with getting all their 4 players inside the lobby. As we take a look at the Oppo F19 Pro moments that we've got, and it was Lost Esports in those initial early games that were dominating, eventually picked up by NFP.
Yeah, and we saw these amazing fights happening over here. The
Yeah.
team of Legion and Lost Esports were constantly finding themselves inside some fights, and this was a special moment coming in for the lads of Random 4. I believe he got a 1v3, and one of his teammates got another kill over here. This was Hasnat with the double A that was
Right.
coming in with all that action towards himself, and those kills are certainly going to boost his confidence a lot and his team's confidence as well. But Freestyle also doing a wipe on the lads of Envy. That is something that is something Envy would not really like after getting that chicken in the first game. But this was a special kill coming in from that distance, right? That cover fire right on time, right on spot. But a pretty interesting Miramar game, I would say, to start with. But things to learn away from this Miramar would be that there were a lot of drop collisions for a lot of teams. They really need to
Yeah.
figure out the cities which they could venture. But the overall ranking is here in front of us right now. Team Sky leading the charts with 32 points after 2 games.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Team Sky, considering the fact that they had a sort of a slow start in Erangel, they sort of made up for it. Those 2
Yeah.
kills just being secured, 2 points. But then you come on and drop a 30 points bomb, you are bound to go up top, right? So now you've got Team Envy sort of maintaining that first game good run in even the overall standings, but it was somewhere Portal Esports having a good position overall. The same can be said for Freestyle as well. Now, things are not going to be looking very sharp down below over here, right? But these are just those 2 games that have gone by. We still have 8, I think 10 more for these. Got to play 12 matches each. So yeah, I think they can definitely step right back in. But about Random 4, for a moment I really thought that was a 1v4 by Error, but that was not the case. Even Hasnat chimed in. So Error
Yeah.
took down 2 players, and Hasnat got the remainder of the 2. Oh, that was a really well executed fight by these lads, considering the kind of a situation they were in. And also, not to forget, they missed out on that first match. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be pushing for a short little break, because coming right after is that map of Sanhok waiting for you.
you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. Good thing going on. Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship, of course, the Pakistan region, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro spook up your fun. And here we are in game number 3 between teams of groups A and B, riling it up against each other in the map of Sanhok. Now, we talk about fast things, we talk about fast foods. Now, this is entirely exactly that map where we get to see those actions coming in quick, up close, and personal. Now, add on to that the Pakistani twist, it even gets more exciting.
Yeah, you already denied the possibilities of sandwiches and pizzas, right? So what can be
Yeah.
the sub fast food from the region? That is what my question is. So if you guys want, you can like spam that in the comment section as well. But the plain path certainly does not matter inside the map of Sanok, but the first circle certainly going to matter. But where are the teams going to head? That is what my question is. And if there is going to be a collision in the off game of Sanok as well, that is what we are going to look for. Look at that. There is absolutely no team inside that southern island. No one in Shami, no one in Camp Charlie, and even no one in the city of Painan.
I mean, all right. So I think this is the first day, so teams sort of are taking their chances. A lot of big spots haven't been covered, but
Yeah.
I'm really looking for. I mean, Painan being not being taken by any team, that's sort of surprising. But we do have two squads around boot camp, so it's going to be the Lost Boys going up against Team Sky, I believe, and we're gonna see as to how things pop up over there. But now it's Team Envy. They did manage to get those chicken dinners for themselves in the first game. Right now, just dropping off solo everyone and getting that loot. And looting has never been a problem in Sanhok, right?
Yeah.
What has been the problem is getting those smoke grenades.
Definitely, these utilities can be a challenge to gather inside these off maps. But yep, if you get a good area, you get multiple houses. Only then maybe you will get that sufficient number of nades and smoke grenades out there. But recently, after this update fixes an important thing, there has been a use of stun grenades as well. So that is something we got to look into equation because earlier this was not a big part of the gameplay, right? There were rarely any use of the stuns, but we did see already a stun being utilized inside the final circle over there. That was an interesting thing for a competitive player at this level to carry a stun towards the final circle. Clearly tells you that the homework has been done from the lads from this region, right? They are certainly reading the updates really well, and they are utilizing them at this stage. I'm really happy and like excited the way things are moving forward in this region. And to be honest, first day the Pakistani region, they have successfully managed to impress me at least.
I mean, trust me, when even I entered in, I was also like, what does this region has to offer? I was sort of excited. I was nervous because by the time Pakistan region was sort of emerging, the Nepali region had really picked up the pace then. But now I must say they have covered up, and there are few teams who are even better. But now we've got sort of a fight happening around ourselves where we did see one of those players being taken down. Now the boys from FourRebels are of course going to enjoy it. They're going to have a good time. They've got some decent loot for themselves. But here on, if we take a look at the ruins, in fact at the shrine area, in fact which is in the ruins, we've got that one team, Portal Esports. Now, NFP, if we talk about these lads, they were sort of on the edges of boot camp, just going towards the warehouse. They realized there's a team right in front of them. No point contesting. They've managed to retreat, but Daniel is really close to one of those members of Lost Esport right now.
Yeah, and that is not looking a very good situation to be in, really, honestly, for the lad of Lost Esports there. But his teammates, look at that in the backdrop. You can see them trying to cover up the distance, trying to take multiple angles over the lads of Team Sky over here. So that is going to get interesting if Team Sky eventually manages to read that situation building upon them, or are they just going to wait for something to happen? Because if they are just going to sit like ducks over there, they are definitely going to get surrounded by Lost Esports.
It's going to be really tricky. I mean, look at Morsad. He's just waiting for Daniel to make any sort of movement. But I love this truck. Oh my goodness. Tesla. All hail Elon Musk. But I really hope, it is as protective as it looks, right? Because Mom too, he is of course making a move for it. I just want to see if someone just, peppers them down with bullets or does something to that vehicle. What can it really withstand the blow? But Daniel, in a bit of a situation as Marsad. He's making the move. Any single moment, he might just get caught off guard. His position finally being compromised. You've got the two players trying to push in. Marsad, having found out Daniel in the last nick of moment, has managed to secure that kill. And, well, eventually it was sort of a knock. But once you enter inside the waters, it directly turns into a kill. And, well, the boys from NFP not really having the kind of a start that they would have wanted, but it is what it is.
Is it the curse of the chicken dinner, right? We saw Envy getting that chicken in the first game, not a very good second game. And now Team Sky coming here with a chicken dinner. Now they're getting some setbacks in the early game.
Uh,
Already lost two players.
Trooper, I think it's a different NFP over here. We've got two NFPs. I think this is the other one, the NFP Tact, and they've sort of had a tough start, but we do have a
Ooh,
different
yeah.
fight going on. Tyro 110 going all the way up against Envy in a bit of a situation. Both the teams having lost their players. Absol just trying to spray down. Does he get the knock? Not yet. Harry, however, will secure that kill onto its Ahmed as Team Envy need to make a run for their life.
Oh, thanks for correcting me there, Fixes, because I really thought for a moment that that was Team
Me
Sky,
too.
but luckily, they have all the four players intact, and there are no curses on the chicken dinner. But definitely, Team Tyro getting 3 kills already in the early segment of the game. That is the kind of start they were looking for. Envy, just one lad, Abshaw, he was the MVP for his team when he got the chicken dinner. He has sort of run away from the situation, but now he got to play the waiting game. He really needs to get in some points for his team because, to be honest, they really did not have a big second game over there.
Yeah, I mean, Team Envy, they started off big, one of those oldest teams from Pakistan. Right from the time that, PUBG Mobile Esports existed, we knew of Team Envy. Now finally trying to kind of get their name back up top. And, well, a good start. But then again, following it up, those games have not rather been the way they would have wanted. But here we have the first airdrop of the game. And it is an MK14, again with an extended quick draw AR.
And a ghillie suit for Sanhok. So, what we were witnessing in Miramar being continued inside the map of Sanhok as well. The gods are being really, really, the sun is really shining on the region of Pakistan, to be really honest. The way the contents of the airdrop are being revealed, it's an amazing, amazing airdrop, to be honest.
Now, I mean, let's be honest, it has all come down onto it. Zapsaw was apparently engaging in fights, not exactly what I would suggest him to do so, because once you're a single man, you need to look for those survival points, right? But
Yeah.
Quantum Rage closing on towards Pain, it's going to be really tricky. But however, they've sort of ignored them. No, they finally managed to understand the fact there's a team around them, but they're just taking circles around, which sort of is putting me in a very confusing spot. But here we have the circle shift quite even, somewhere just up top onto its spine, where we already have Tyro having a good control over that vicinity.
But what is RDX Hamza doing over there, right? Look at that big
Chilling.
rotation coming out of the blue, enjoying the seas out there and like just cruising with his boats. But the blue zone is going to be the concern because there's going to be a lot of meds that is going to be utilized fighting that blue zone, because now the second circle is also going to start closing in after 1.5 minutes. So they really need to be quick on their rotations. Remember that weird rotation coming in from DRS Fixes in the last?
Yeah.
It sort of reminded me. It is certainly not that weird rotation coming in from RDX Hamza over there. But let's see what is going to be the fate of that rotation, because we have seen other teams from the region execute that late rotation, that widely rotation inside the map of Sanhok. That has really not gone really good for them inside the recent past. So I would really like to see how that big rotation comes up to be, what sort of results they're going to get out of that big rotation inside the Pakistani region.
But Trooper, like talking about big rotations, I've always criticize those, the boat plays, right? I think
True.
back in the last PMCO that I casted from the Pakistan region, it was Portal Esports doing that every single game, and every single Sanhok, they were just hammered down. So this time they, of course, have gotten over the mistakes. They're not doing that, but of course, Hamza, if he feels it's right for him, good for him, because eventually sort of take those longer rotation. And what happens towards the very end, there's someone waiting for you in the shorelines who is spotted,
Yeah.
and you did not even make it up to the land. So that is one of those things that really concerns me. But we've got freestyle engaging against team Tyro 110, which is going to be really interesting, just waiting for us to get inside the fight. But right now, Kelsey's got to deal with a lot of things, as two of the players have instantly gone down with that one beautiful spray. I mean, this is out of my mind.
Brilliant, brilliant. Dead shot, making sure that they punish the rotation as well right on time. A brilliant gameplay coming in from the lads of Sky. They're punishing the lads of Quantum Rage once again. These were the two teams fighting inside the final circle of Miramar. So this is sort of the bout number two that is once again gone towards the lads of Team Sky over here. And look at that brilliant spotting also coming in from the lads here. They've spotted the random four lads on the other side of the river, or very close to the tri-junction of the three of the rivers over there. So that is going to get interesting. But look at this, another rotation fixes from the banks of the rivers for XGeneration. This is a team which had a pretty tough game in the last game, but now the leader Psycho once again leading the charge from the front, taking this team into the rotation. What sort of a game are you expecting for this team? Because they really played their hearts out in the last game.
I mean, they did. Like you mentioned, they just got kebabbed, right? But this time in the last game of Miramar, they did manage to, however, secure some good position points. But this is where they're looking to sort of get a few kills for themselves, get them up on board, and they're having a rather comfortable time. But Absol, having spotted out a player over there, has knocked one down. Can he get the confirmation though? That's a big question.
Yeah, but coming back to X generation fixes, I really feel for these lads, right? The way they were in that difficult situation in the last game. Certainly, I would be hoping that they do not find in that sort of a skirmish once again. And clearly, you can see them trying to come in from different angles, but you never know, right? That is the beauty of the game. Where are you? Where are you going to find your opponents? Where are you going to get kebabbed or smoked? That is something that all IGLs are always afraid of, but you can never speculate the exact rotation of the other teams, right? And that surprise factor, that is what makes this battle royale games really amazing. And when it comes to Sanhok, this fast-paced game, teams rotating in from different directions, you never know at which point, at which ridge you're going to find that next fight for yourself.
I mean, yeah, 100%. But take a look at the shift. Oh, we've got that certain shift going in, and now Portal Esports have managed to sort of make a capitalizing a position for themselves in Painan. But taking a look at Rebels, they've somehow managed to survive. Now that's happening for the first time. But now looking at Billy Boys, they might be in a bit of a situation over here. The same can be said for the Rebels. Both usually having one of their players knocked out, and Scammy is going in for the spray, but hasn't really connected any shots.
Sure, certainly, certainly. These two teams fighting towards this southwest edge, and with the shift of the circle really coming towards them, let's see which is the team that is going to actually control this edge of the zone. But I'm pretty excited right now because more than 50 players inside the lobby. We still have got the third circle just in shape that is going to start closing in inside this map of Sanhok pretty quickly, and there's a lot of action upcoming, guys. So if you're watching this, stay tight because these teams are going to make a really crisp situation for each other in a pretty short time over here.
Ah, it's gonna happen anytime soon. But for Rebels, they haven't really made any movement as of now after those initial few knocks. But taking a look at the team CAFX right in front of us, these lads haven't really been shining. Just apart from that 630 meters knock, we did not get a lot to see out of these
Yep.
teams, right? But Joker. He's sort of going into that left flank. I'm just wondering if Lost Boys have anticipated that, and they certainly have. And Wolf has got him just under a tree, but Bugs out of nowhere has managed to knock down Wolf. And well, this doesn't really happen in the real world where Bugs go after Wolves, but here it is in the realms of PUBG Mobile. Anything is possible. There you have Clutch Wave getting one for himself. Daddy being very low on his HP and almost had managed to knock out Clutch Wave, but somehow this lad seems to survive.
But the important thing, he got that revive on. I thought he had cancelled the revive, but that was not the scene. He got those two players after completing the revive. So sort of the man advantage situation now in their favor. Now Jadu heading on with that big barrel of his. A knock coming in, but he's not spotted Wave inside the grass over there. Clutch Wave making some serious damage on Jadu, but the nades pouring in from the teammates of CAFXSSP over here. They're making a mess out of the situation for Lost Esports. The last player Wave, he's got to handle the blue zone as well. The damage is coming in. Buck's still bleeding out there. I think he's going to be left behind. And now they're going to head for Clutch, and he's going to eliminate the team of Lost Esports. They become the first team to get eliminated, and I think they have just the right amount of sufficient time to get Bugs back on his feet.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's the third circle. Revivals are due, right? You can get it. But once you hit that fourth circle mark, that's when things start getting tricky. You need to pop those bandages up before you get put in those first aids. As we look at this circle shift, wow, completely down towards the southeast. A lot of the teams are just going to get out of this lobby really quick. And Quantum Rage, having lost out on Emerge, have somehow managed to secure 2 kills for themselves.
Yeah, 2 kills already, but there's a lot of distance in the minimap, right? 650 meters inside Sanhok. When gatekeepings are lurking around the corner any minute, that is a difficult situation for Quantum Rage right now. But look at that. Some of the lads have already gone inside that rotation. Now we have the lads of Random 4, Hasnat, with a single A right in front of her. And he's got a teammate with a double A who's already been eliminated. Look at that. The team of Random 4 coming in with just a 3-man squad, but he is going to get just one lad from Quantum Rage right here, and he's going to instantly send him back to the lobby. Oreo is the player who's been gate kept here by Hasnath, and 1 point for him in this situation. I think he's going to be really happy with that.
He certainly will be. As Portal Esports, well, they've got 4 of their players alive. Now Shari has managed to secure a knock, but he's going in for another one. But in the meanwhile, decides to change his course, goes towards the eastern side, then eventually understands the fact that he needs to get inside the zone, makes that retreat. But now, if you take a look at Portal, they definitely are going to be recovering themselves and might want to get inside the zone as well. But considering the fact that you've got the BillyBoys looking out for you, it's not going to be a rather easier task.
Definitely, and considering their last 2 games, they've not managed to get a single point, and now they are here as a 3-man squad, still no points in their tally. They're going to be under a lot of pressure, to be honestly. And let's see what sort of a game the BillyBoys are going to have over here. It's a good thing, the kind of rotation that they are making. Just one lad is there trying to challenge them maybe, and on the higher ground, but they are being a little bit too protective here. I would feel, because this is not a situation to prone down, right? You have been between 2 ridges. On either side, if there's going to be a team, even one lad, he can like smoke you out of that. And that is exactly what might just happen to them. Look at that. Shots coming in from different directions. They are in a bit of a bother right now. And Quantum Rage just capitalizing onto the situation. This is Quantum Rage actually capitalizing on the mistakes of BillyBoys. I was speaking in the earlier game that not a lot of technical mistakes that these lads were making. This is certainly one of them, and a perfect example of what you should not do. But coming back with that beautiful nade on that stone, he's got a knock. Let's see if he can capitalize on the situation now.
He certainly has to, but he has to do it fast because, look at Freestyle. I think they've heard the noises. They're going to be a part of it. And we do have Ronasar being eliminated, being taken away from the game. And, well, Pass, he's going to meet his makers anytime soon. But the BillyBoys need to understand that Freestyle, they're closing up on them. And if they're not careful, they might just get out of this game. They might just get eliminated, as we have a lot of players falling down to the play zone. But BillyBoys, if they're not really aware about FourRebels, they might just be kebabbed again.
Yep, and that is what I was talking about, right? You cannot do these mistakes, but somehow, with that big nade, he's sort of got out of that situation, still surviving. But the kind of strategy the Bill boys are looking to execute over here is certainly not looking to go in their favor. They're being a really too predictive in this situation. Four rebels in one side, Quantum Rage are now out of the equation, but they really got to be sure. But look at this shot coming on Hamza, and he has surprised Hamza completely. And this is what happens to big long rotations. This was the team of Random Four, I believe, and they are Four Rebels, and they were making that big rotation. We saw Hamza coming from across that island, over that island of Camp Alpha, and now getting caught over here. That is the end for the team of Four Rebels in the 12th position.
And now things are looking pretty difficult for Mortal Esports, considering they've lost a few men over there. Now they need to get inside the circle, having to sort of penetrate inside the fortress of Freestyle. But Gully Boy being shot from elsewhere. He's got his eyes on towards the players of Mortal Esports. Shocker being spotted out. He's taken some damage, but not a lot. But from another angle, that's going to be Legion Fizz. In fact, getting the knock on towards him. Now, Mortal Esports, one after the other, the numbers are dwindling for them.
Yeah.
As the Billy Boys decide to make a push on towards them, that's Freestyle having one of their players already knocked out, but Fizz having spotted the final player, and Random 4 also find themselves out of this game.
Wow, he was just welcomed out of that gate, right? Eliminated, smoked completely out of here. But meanwhile, Momtu is also out for Portal Esports, and with a new shift slightly towards the eastern side. Freestyle is finding themselves outside the zone, trying to pin down Portal Esports with 18 players still remaining in this first Sanhok game on the opening day in this group stage. Let's see which is going to be the team that is going to take 15 points away in the only Sanhok game for the day. That is going to be the thing. But Freestyle, they have been good in the first two games, but not getting that chicken dinner up till now. But this can certainly be their opportunity, I feel, Fixes.
Yeah, I mean, everyone is really riled up. They want it. And I8, they've got the perfect setup. They've got the perfect setup. This is exactly what they were waiting for, having 2 kills secured for themselves. They are definitely hungry for more. Right in front of them is Tyro 110, but here we have Nocto going up against Scully Boy. Both these players outside the circle, sort of being very redundant on trying to get inside the zone. And Uzab, in the meanwhile, he's just enjoying himself. He's catching everyone off guard and taking shots at them, getting those confirmations. But gotta give it to the Billy Boys, right? They've had to survive. They've had to go through a lot. But Uzab, where are you going, my friend? And eventually has dealt with a kill coming in from Hulk.
This is the Castle's curse in reverse, right? I was telling that the Billy Boys are not doing things strategically and technically correct, but they have made it to the final circle over here. They're making an impact on the lads of I8 as well. But now the location has been revealed there, and they know that exactly one of the lads is holding up behind that stone. And it's a good game for I8, right? With the kind of numbers that they've got inside in the game already here inside the 7th circle, they're looking to control. But a Nocto on your screen, trying to execute that heal battle, trying to get inside that zone. And another surprise, this time on Crypto, and coming out of the blue zone. That is not what I8 was expecting in this game. They were looking to make this a strong 15-pointer game for themselves, but they are certainly losing players one after the other as we are approaching the final circles over here.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I8 making those small little mistakes and being punished for it. This was completely unnecessary out from these lads. And having lost Crypto over here, it's going to spell trouble. But we do still have Johnny. So I think I've got my money on towards this lad. But then again, CAFX, they've managed to secure 5 kills. They've got Bugs and Jadu alive. If they sort of manage to, take these 2 players from I8 down, I think this chicken dinner can certainly be theirs.
And is the lad from Freestyle still got something in his pocket? That is what I see. But he's got 5. He's got 5 bandages that won't help his cause. But can he get that spray on correctly? That is going to be the thing. He's got that M4 out. He's going to charge in. Can he get inside the zone? That is going to be the situation. No is the answer. He's been caught by the play zone. Now the 2v2 situation for the lads of I8 against the lad of CAF right in front of them. Jadu right up, holding up, and he's already given some substantial damage to Trinda. If this nade gets on point, look at the pixels on Trinda, just 1 HP surviving onto that, but that M762 making sure to capitalize and getting that knock for Jadu over there.
I mean, completely Trinda. I mean, that was a huge blunder from him. And this is a cue where, you know, CFX can actually afford to push, but they certainly aren't, because they do know they've got them pincered inside a small little compound. They also need to rotate inside I8. This is completely nightmare for them, as they've sort of managed to revive Trinda, but how long is he going to take to heal himself up? He certainly managed to do that. Bugs has taken quite some damage. Jadu in the meanwhile managing to knock out, as it all comes down to Johnny, who has managed to trade a knock, has managed to secure the final one, as well as I8 out of nowhere by the Whiskers have managed to find a winner chicken
This
dinner.
was not the chicken dinner for I8, to be honest. This was the percentage. If we had the prediction, it was completely in the favor of CAFXSSP. One lad holding up the zone, one lad charging in, but still I8 somehow managing to get this chicken dinner seconds after executing that revive. Amazing 8-kill chicken dinner. This was a nail-biting finish for me inside the final circle for Sanhok. A brilliant execution of fights in the final circle for I8. Really impressive.
I mean, for starters, well, I'd be saying yes, kudos to them for giving the chicken dinner, but you know, this is a chicken dinner that was not supposed to be for them, right? Considering the fact that you know, Uzum completely went overboard, got that knock, wanted that kill, was making a run, but eventually got knocked out, and Crypto also, you know, trying to save him, did get taken down as well. Now coming down to a 2v2 situation, that's where things got interesting, right? Now CFX having managed to knock out Trinda over there, that was a huge boost for them. But then again, that is something that they did really wrong, is the fact that they completely were sort of confused if they wanted to push or whether they did not. Now then they decided, all right, I want to push. They are pushing when Trinda is back alive, when he's got his first aids up. He did his job, but it was eventually Johnny who clutched it out. But he is not going to be the MVP, because Clutch from Lost Esports here with 965 damage has taken the title.
You remember when was he eliminated? Long time back, I think during the fourth circle, and still managing the MVP of the game. That is an amazing thing to do. I think that is something to do with the damage that he was able to execute. 965 damage with just 2 kills. That's a really good damage for a single player, right? Even for a team, if you altogether get 965 damage, would be really happy at this stage. But 965 just for one lad, that tells you what sort of a nuisance he has been to the enemies in the vicinity. And just a survival time of 14 minutes, still managing that MVP. That could only happen in a map of Sanhok, I think.
I mean, yeah, in the map of Sandbox, it's either this or that. There's nothing in between, right?
True.
But if you take a look at top 4 players, I'm rather impressed by how BillyBoys performed in this one. Of course, I loved it. But taking a look, you know, even Tyro 110, they did put up their best, right? It was just not enough. But there you have Johnny Boy in the top 4 players. I mean, definitely not my caster friend, colleague Journey. But yes, from I8, we have seen him since the past couple of months, and he's been phenomenal the way he's been playing and reflected. But to be honest, not much been seen from Crypto. He's a big stage player. Maybe at a bigger stage, he's going to perform maybe towards the semis or maybe towards the finals.
Yeah. This is just the group
definitely
stage, right?
gonna
Yeah, if you got to go to the semis, you just need to make sure that you get inside the top 24. And right now, with this chicken dinner, after the completion of game number 3, they are heading. They are going to get the hashtag 3 position, right? So Crypto, with that 276 meter kill, he's made that mark in the game already. But you're going to see a lot of Crypto in the national championship for Pakistan goes ahead. But right now, look at this maximum assist coming in from Tyro Harry. Deadshot getting a good game for himself. He got the most utilities used, something we talked about during the game. Just 8 utilities, and that is the highest number for any player. So that sums up the story for Sanhok completely. We have now looked at all 3 maps, ladies and gentlemen, and we have got 3 different winners from the region. That is what I absolutely love. There's a race at the top. There's a race for teams to be inside the top 24, and we are up and for a big tournament up ahead.
I mean, this is exactly what I was so excited about, right? You always have new teams popping up, new teams getting chicken dinners, makes things so much more spicy. But taking a look at the match rankings, like we mentioned, I8, of course, getting the chicken, CFX. Considering how they were doing on the overall standings, this second spot is definitely going to help their cause. But What I'm really loving is the consistency being shown from freestyle. Every single game, they're in the top four. They somehow managed to stay
Yeah.
alive. And I think eventually, once these 12 matches sort of end up, that is where we're going to see that is where we're going to see that consistency paying off for them. They're definitely going to be holding that top three position. But well, Team Envy. I mean, this is something that I really want to discuss about.
Yeah.
I mean, it's too early though. Team Envy, they did start off good. They did really well, but eventually they sort of dwindling out. But as we take a look at the Oppo F19 Pro moments, these are your highlights that were witnessed in Sanhok.
Yeah, we saw Daniel getting eliminated over there in the first highlight, and this was this moment where the lads of Tyro and they were fighting against Clutch Wave over there, and Clutch Wave did manage to get that beautiful MVP for himself. But two players being picked off here by the lads, Halsey and Deadshot, making sure that this push coming in was neutralized brilliantly. And this was the Clutch Wave moment we were talking about. He's just got one kill up till now, but the way he just completed that revive and rushed on to the lads over there, this was a brilliant fight that he executed for himself and his team.
Yeah, but again, I really want to take a look at the final fight. How on earth could have CAFX really messed that one up? Because it was the chicken dinner. The moment the circle shifted from IA towards him, that's the moment they sort of should have known that just kind of let the players come in right on towards you. And then,
Honestly, Fix.
yeah.
Fix. I'm sorry to cut you off, but that molly which he threw, right, Jadu, that molly that just sort of rebounded off the gate of that small shack. If that had gone inside, that could have been a completely different story. So he sort of knew exactly how to capitalize. That is why he went in ahead alone. But that was the brilliance coming in from the lads of I8,
Look at
right?
this.
Coming in at the right time and freestyle without a chicken dinner. 40 points already. So you can take the chicken dinners home, but we are going to take the #1. That has been sort of the story for freestyle till now.
Yeah, I mean, of course, this is what I was talking about, right? Should be consistent in all three games. Do not get those chickens. Does not really matter. You're still going to be up top. Team Sky, however, have managed to hold on to the second spot, but the difference is not too big, right? Between the top four teams, there we have it. I mean, just 7-8 points, barring Portal from getting that chicken dinner. But as we take a look down below, things haven't really looking good for Renaissance. And even for Random for having missed out on that one game. Now, Tyro 110, they're getting those kills, but in terms of position, they're sort of lacking behind. They did try this game, though, but it's 16 points overall for these lads. As things are getting spiced up, things are getting way too much interesting, considering we are having different winners for every single game. Now, I8 has done the job. We did see Team Envy also started off really big. Sky has gotten chicken dinner. We don't know what the fourth map is going to be doing and how the circle is going to be panning out, because we have one more Erangel before we look at teams from Group C and D. But whatever be the case, I think it's going to be interesting.
I think it's a wake-up call, to be honest, for the underdogs from Group A and Group B, right? So look at the strong
Yeah.
teams. Even Freestyle and Portal Esports not getting the chicken dinner so far, but still managing in the top 5. So these underdogs really need to make sure that they pump up and come back.
Yeah, they certainly have to. But right now, what we need to do is go for a short little break, because coming right after is the next game in store for you guys.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. Got a good thing going on. you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. Good thing going. Got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship across the Pakistan region, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro. Woke up your fun. Now, we've already been done with our 3 games. Now, we're heading into the fourth, which is, of course, going to be played in Erangel. Now, we've got the same teams in contention. The first time we saw these teams battling it out, it was Team Envy that got the chicken dinner. But, Trooper, do you feel it's going to be Envy or is it a new team this time? What are your thoughts?
Well, really excited. We've already seen 3 games up till now. Let's see, Fixes, how the fourth game is going to come up. We're going to watch this game in Erangel now. So let's see. Let's see. We have got 3 different winners from the chicken dinner, but now the map is here once again in front of us in the game of Erangel. And look at the plane path coming in from Quarry to Lipovka.
Quarry to Lipovka, right? So where do you anticipate the flight path trajectory to be in?
With the trajectory right in here in front of us, I think this is going to go towards a little bit towards Georgiapool Hospital, Rozok shooting range, that sort of a circle. That is what I'm expecting. But let's just hope, fingers crossed. That's a blind guess from my side. But let's see if that happens. Certainly, I can hope. I certainly feel like it's not going to be a back-to-back military circle. That is something for sure.
You never know. I mean, I was just about to say, I think we're looking at a southern circle again, Trooper. But yeah, up until a point, we've seen multiple back-to-backs, but I think this time maybe somewhere around a default circle, I think a school circle maybe. That is what we can expect and anticipate. But we have the teams already dropping off. Lost Boys at Primorsk. We've got CFX just on towards the western side of Quarry. We've got Freestyle on towards that spot in Quarry itself. And Renaissance. The boys haven't really been enjoying. They haven't really had a good time.
Ooh.
But there you have it. I mean, back-to-back certain circles. Bring it on, Pakistan region. I'm not surprised anymore.
Wow, man, wow. I was just banking on my luck, right? I just absolutely love military circles and I always wait when am I going to watch them. But one military circle in the first game in Erangel, I was absolutely sure that the gods are not going to be so happy and the sun is not going to shine on my luck. But it is certainly happening here. We have got a military circle and the ideal one, because at this point, all the IGLs would now be thinking, where is the final circle going to head inside this existing first circle? Is it going to be on the main island? Is it going to be on the southern island? So the questions are going to be asked to the IGLs. Where do you think we should rotate? And the answer is move and hold up the crucial points just about the bridge. That is what I feel they should head to.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that entire lighthouse area, that's where you need to be around, and you need to have that high ground secured for them yourself, or maybe just go for an early bridge block. But then again, bridge blocking comes at a cost, right? If someone from behind riles up on you, you're done, right? You sort of got in between now with nowhere to go after that. So teams have to be really wary of that. But the circle certainly will be favoring quite some teams that have gotten the chicken dinner in the past, especially I8.
Truly. But as we were speaking just before the break, right, this is the wake-up call. You've already played 3 games, the underdogs I'm speaking to directly, and we want you to rise up, right? But at this moment in the overall standings, we can see the big names sort of rising up like bubbles inside a cola bottle inside the overall standing. But you need some colas, right, with the kebabs, I feel, Fixes. So that is why I had to bring that up. But coming back to the
You are
underdogs,
doing it on purpose now. I mean,
but yeah, go ahead.
I was feeling hungry. I was about to order my food. I know. I've still got 3 more games to cast and cola. All right.
Yeah.
Gotta get a
So
cola for myself.
coming back to the underdogs, right? They really need to figure out. You've got to find that consistency. Look at Envy; they're still in the top five, right? Just one good game for them, but they're making sure to hanging on to the right part of the front, of the overall standings, and that is something they got to look out for. But what do we have here? Some early contest between Freestyle and IA, just towards that southern part of the military base bridge. And this is something that is an improvisation coming in for a similar circle. Freestyle trying to change the timing of the rotation, getting caught in the process. They were just lurking around trying to get some crucial information, but no. Crypto, he's just not a big stage player, fixes. He's just an agile player as well. He read the situation, made sure that he get the early loot, and comes down to this military base and base bridge and get the information for his team. And this is a difficult situation for Freestyle now.
Yeah, really a difficult one because now they've got to sort of bypass and go over through Sky, and then they've got to make their makers. Now, Freestyle, however, they have opted to take that land route. They did not really pass the entirety of the bridge, took
Yeah.
that eastern dive, but this alive. But I believe. This one player that has fallen, he's got no chance. And Tyrant, finally being taken off, and kudos to IH, opting for those really quick rotations. I mean, it was just a minute or so. They get their basic loot, and they know they're going for a kill hungry game. They can afford to get those knocks for themselves, and they believe in their basic loot. Go in, get a good position, and succeed. But Crypto, way too much in the open. I mean,
Yeah.
yes, he's a lion, but if you are standing in front of a pack of hyenas, you might just be in here for a treat.
But shots might be incoming anytime for Crypto,
Oh.
right? But that is not going to be the scene. He's got hold of
There you
Hamza.
go.
Eventually goes down to the lad of FourRebels. King making sure that he capitalizes, but he had to be aware of the lads of Four Freestyle as well. But Trinda getting to the rescue, making sure to reach there in time. Luckily, somehow King has lost control of that vehicle, and that goes in the favor of the lads of IA. Their Crypto is going to get that revive thanks to Trinda. But we got to remember there are already lads from the team of Freestyle that have crossed this bridge. They have taken that vehicle past this military bridge, and they are going to pose in some problems here. Let's see when is that going to happen.
Hmm. Now, Crypto having gotten that revive up, and he's looking sharp. You've got a teammate like Trinda who pops in whenever you need help. They're looking good. They're looking really comfortable, having already managed to secure those 2 kills for themselves, 2 kill points going in their banks. But right now, they've got to do more than that. Somewhere down the line, I think these lads do not really want to stay inside the military base because they never sort of liked being over there. They want a piece of the pie. They want to get some action up close, and that is the reason why they did go in for those bridge camps. But here we have bikes falling up from above, and FourRebels not really having a dream start that they would have anticipated. But Crypto, there you go. He's been taken down again.
Ooh, that is not looking good. That is not looking good. Let's see. But the lad, he's just sort of scouting it under the bridge, right? Looking for the lad of looking for the lad of FourRebels right now here. Not finding him, but we would now head to a different part completely. This is the area of Premos, which we are witnessing. Lost Esports loading it up here. I suddenly do not see any sort of enemies quite close to them. So we'll find out when are they going to go in for that rotation of theirs, because we really did see that the area of Kuwari and just towards the northern side of the military base, Ferry Pier, all those areas were definitely a prominent part of the first circle. What do you think, Fixes? Where is this shift going to take place? Because we've already seen 2 big shifts in the third circle coming in towards the eastern side, but second circle has been sort of unpredictable. So where do you think this circle might just go, the second circle that is upcoming?
I'm in sort of a dicey situation right
Yeah.
now because you've still got those certain areas of the north, the central island, right? So it might also take a shift, but oh my, Daniel. All right, let's just take a breather. Let's just watch him
Yeah.
because I believe his glider is about to sink. No, his pet's burning.
Not only bikes are falling from the sky, the gliders are also But luckily, no casualties on the lad. I can see they've already lost Wolverine, so just 3 lads, 2 of them flying in the glider. That is a train wreck strategy coming in from the lads over there.
Oh my goodness, what are we witnessing? I mean, he was looking sharp, he was looking confident, he knew how to drive, he knew how to fly the glider. And the next moment, what do we see? Some fumes rising out from his engines. Up until the point, it was darkness
I would
around
like
him.
to. Yeah, I would like to feel that shots were being poured upon him, right? And you would, why wouldn't you? Like you're just trying to survive towards the edge, flying towards the edge. There are going to be a lot of opponents who are lurking around, trying to cross this river towards the other side, or maybe figuring out when the second circle is going to show up. You're definitely going to get shot at in this sort of a circle.
Yeah, you certainly are. And right now, I mean, Portal Esports, they're not really happy about one of those buggies sort of getting synced, and they will never get the better out of it anymore. And considering the fact that they have to get to the other side of the circle, they have to do something about it. And well, XGeneration, the players, just barring that one good game in a Miramar, they've not really been looking sharp.
As an enthusiast, this was what I was talking about. Look at this beautiful second circle. Still, sufficient chunks of the islands being part of the second zone fixes. That thing is still under consideration. Where is this hard shift going to go to, in the third circle? Is it going to go towards the southern side or the northern side? Because if this goes towards the northern side, it is going to pose a lot of problems for a lot of teams, because clearly these teams, Envy, I8, even the lads of Freestyle, they have sort of dedicated themselves towards the southern island. So it's going to get a pretty spicy situation if this circle turns on its heads and move towards the northern side.
It's gonna be spicy, 100% for sure, because the Billy Boys have spotted out the boys from Bonasar, and one of their players being taking some damage. But Shari, if he sort of connects that nade, that's a quick one. Should have cooked it a bit further, but either ways, got Abby making the push on towards him. Might just deal the brunt, but no. In fact, Shari is the one being pincered down, and the way Abby is really pushing on towards himself, but somehow Shari does manage to find that knock. I mean, there are things happening which I can't really express, which I can't really explain. Why on earth did they have to push like that?
And just one lad pushing, the others are not even giving him sufficient cover fire. And now this lad is being surrounded by players on the other side as well. So this is not actually looking good for the lads of Renaissance. And they're going down. And look at this, instantly eliminated out of the game. So Billy Boys, they have just showed up in the third game. After the third game, they have started to pick up pace, and in the fourth game, they are really looking to make an impact, eliminating Renaissance 7 here inside this early game here. This is going to give a lot of confidence to these lads.
They certainly will. I mean, Renaissance haven't really been having a good time, but the Billy Boys, just when they were recovering, now Team Sky is upon them, and once you're the Skies, you are absolutely everywhere. Now making the push on towards them, Khatir will spot those two players making the plunge inside the water. Now this is where things really get interesting and tricky. I mean, they've made it that far. Now comes the push by Ash, and Halsey has managed to knock down Hawk. So, well, the Billy Boys not in a good situation at all.
And look at the party, the crates that have clustered in this area overall. Ash now making that push with a 6x scope right on top. This is a very difficult situation for Hulk to deal, and I don't think he can come out of this situation alive by any means, and that's a big push that is headed onto him. Look at that, with that elimination coming on, with that AKM, that big AKM coming in from Khatir, from the flank left angle that he was holding up, and now they are going to do the regrouping, they are going to loot up. But not a lot of time in their favor. We can already see the third circle that is about to shape up when the circle starts closing in. So this is not the ideal situation for these lads to be in, but they have got a lot of loot. So this is sort of what do you say, a party situation, a feast sort of situation here, Fixers, if you're understanding what I'm trying to refer to, my hungry forecaster here. So that is a feast that Team Sky is sort of enjoying here, and just on the shores of Ferrypia.
I mean, yeah, I think even if I were there in their position, I would have done the same because, of course, you look at a team who's just, won a battle. They are completely scarred. They need to heal up. They need to reposition. They need to recollect themselves and then maybe engage in a fight. But that's the right moment that you need to barge in, right? And that's probably why we call it a battle royale. You're never
Yeah.
too safe. The moment you realize you've won the fight, you are feeling yourself, you feel confident, you've got energy surging through your body. That's the moment someone else comes in and takes you down.
I think now with the third circle coming in fixes, the picture is quite clear to the lads. Look at just on foot, Khatir and his teammates. They are just trying to head towards the shore for that boat because they clearly need to head towards that military island, right? So
Yeah.
with 14 teams, 51 players, now the bridge is out of the equation, right? It's certainly some or the other team is going to find themselves around the bridge, just like towards the Nova Bridge, where Portal Esports is having its skirmish against the lads of Team Legion right here in front of us. And look at the lads holding up to that concrete petrol station, but the ridge is in support of Legion. And look at XGeneration towards the shore of Milta. So a lot of teams that have still not made their way towards that military island, and it's going to pose a lot of problems to all these teams eventually.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly have. And considering how Portal Esports have positioned themselves, they're not safe either because so many teams are just hovering around them. And Rahman, well, shots are being taken on towards his buggy by Nocto, but somehow he's managed to escape unscathed. But now, considering the fact that Portal Esports have managed to secure two knocks, but this is still 1,000 meters inside the circles. That is the
Yeah.
distance that they need to cover. Considering the fact that Legion, one of their players, is right in front of them, Kevlar has finally been taken down by Joker, but the troubles are not yet done because they've got to deal with one more player who's sort of hiding behind that hay bale.
I, I, I think he's bleeding out there, and yeah, he's
Oh, he's
bleeding out.
bleeding. Yeah.
So otherwise, that trade should have come in at the right spot, and that is what I was expecting. At a point, even I thought that he's just hiding over there, but that is the reason why he did not take the trade. But this is good news for Portal Esports. They're going to get the loot out of the two crates, and then they might just now head towards that Novo Bridge because it is now out in the blue. This is just the kind of path they needed, the kind of extra meds that they needed to make this rotation. Look at how Momto is boosted up here, but look at the damage also coming in. He really needs to stop and apply those first aids out there. This is not looking good for Insane. He's going to go down, but is that going to be the same for Momto? That is my question. Nocto, oh, he is eliminated, but I don't think he might just be helped over here. Or is he going to be? Yes, there's a lad who's his teammate has jumped out of the car trying to hold on to the revive, but the damage is really, really high, and they have a lot of distance to cover. I don't think that the revive was a good option over there.
I mean, fourth circle. Let's be honest, Rupa. I think there's a slight possibility, right? If he manages to patch himself up with those two quick bandages, maybe he can be alive. And they do understand, Portal Esports. They know that every single player is important in those final few circles. So let's see as to what's gonna happen to them. But here we have Absor being taken down. So that's not the way things would have gone for. That's not what Envy would have anticipated right now against Quantum Rage in a 3v4 situation. Let's see what they have to display.
Yeah, Quantum Rage is sort of also like being impressive every time they're showing up. So we're really looking forward to this encounter because Envy has been a team that was looking to control the game inside the last Erangel when we came up. But now with Quantum Rage right in front of them towards the southeast edge of the zone, this is going to get interesting because as we just saw, there are teams coming in from the Novo Bridge as well. So this area is going to get crowded pretty soon. So who's going to come on top here? Who's going to control this area sort of might just get some more kills when those teams sort of try to get inside the circle. So this is going to be an interesting part of the game. But look at that, PS Insane also falling down to the play zone fixes. So eventually that decision to hold that revive was not going in their favor, and it was always on the cards with 1,000 meters with the kind of damage they were getting. Oh, they are getting some they're losing some players to the play zone out there.
This and it was ought to happen, right? You're talking about the certain circles. A lot of the teams are going to be falling prey to the zone, but you've got Halsey who's managed to secure that knock on towards Uzam. I would have loved to see that, but that's happening elsewhere. But Ash finally being taken down by Crypto, and well, I8 and NFP just battling it out amongst themselves. Now, both of them want the chicken, right? Only one is gonna get alive with one. But look at the kind of a split by I8. I mean, it's ludicrous, right? They've got individual players stationed at different
Yeah.
locations. I do not really know how it's gonna work out for them.
And a completely different ball game also coming in for freestyle as well. They're just down to 2 men now, 2 men now surviving in a shack out there. So this is not turning the kind of game we were expecting for a lot of teams, to be honest. So that is the good thing, right? Different teams would get that opportunity to get those maximum amount of points, but can they deliver? That is going to be the thing, because now we are into the 19th minute. Still 12 teams are surviving over here. BFM, LGN, CF, these are the teams that have been eliminated. And look at in the kill feed as well, Quantum Rage also going down there, losing some important players at this stage of the game. So this is going to get interesting. There are going to be new names that are going to pop up inside the front page of the overall standing, and that is definitely going to spice up things.
That is, of course, going to spice things up. But, well, Team Envy having had secured their 4 players still alive, 2 points in terms of kill. But I really love what I8 are putting on the table, right? They've got one of those players on the center, then a few players were on the edges. Now they've managed to reconcile with each other. And let's see what they're up to, considering so many teams are now sort of starting to close in. It's going to be really interesting as to how they defend their fortress that they're holding on to.
The important thing for I8 here, as you were mentioning, Fixes, is they were lurking around this area of the map right from the beginning, right? We saw Crypto utilizing the information and capitalizing over the teams inside this vicinity. So now they have a clear picture, the clear idea of where the teams are, because they have been playing in this exact areas right from the beginning of the game. So they know the exact positions and the possibilities where the teams might head from. And now controlling a concrete cover right in the center is exactly what the doctor ordered for the lads of I8.
Yeah, I mean, again, they've been blessed with the center of the circle. I really hope they do not lose out on enough numbers. But as we are speaking, we've got Ty 210 already being eliminated from the game. But Adil and Vaz in some really interesting positions are taking shots onto those players. Now, Vaz does have does have the seat secured for himself in the McLaren, but Khatir, well, he had lost Esport in front of him, and he just wiped them out. And well, there you have it, lost Esports being eliminated on the 11th spot.
He's prone on the orange orange top head of the house, man. Look at this Crypto going in action. He's playing a completely different ball game. I think he's just a bit offended from you, Fixes, calling him a big game player. He's just showing what he's capable of doing here. His team has already got 9, and I think Crypto has got a sufficient number already. They're playing a brilliant game already. I'm just absolutely loving what they are doing to this lobby out here.
I think he just needed to have a kickstart, right? And once he's got that kick, he's kind of going big. And there you have big teams are falling now. Team Envy again being eliminated on the 9th spot with just 2 kills, 3 points out from that one game. Not acceptable for them in by the standards, right? Bottle Esports have secured 10 kills. I mean, this is out of nowhere. We haven't really seen them much in action, but on the sidelines, they've been doing the job pretty much very well.
Certainly, and look at that, already 10 kills for them. Johnny is down now, and the kill is being Momto is trying to seal that. He's eventually going to do that. So one more in the tally, they're going to get 11 now. But look at this brilliant vehicle cover that they have created for themselves with the US and that vehicle out there. Look at that brilliant knock from Momto with that mini, making some serious impact onto the lads of NFPxTact, and this is certainly not looking good for them.
This certainly isn't. And now NFPxTact, they haven't really had a good start, and things are looking to be going completely RE, considering this is their final game of the evening, and Portal Esports getting 1 kills after the other. Both these players, I mean, 12 kills on board for them, and they are looking so good. I mean, regardless of their position, I'm really happy they've gone so big in this game, and you've got the players of Quantum Rage right beside you. But look at them, they completely look unfazed. They're waiting for the right opportunistic moment, have dropped their smokes out, and hey, we have one more team eliminated. That's FourRebels.
But look at them, they've already got 12 kills with the smokes out there trying to cover up themselves from this western edge of the zone. But there's a team that is I8 that is holding that western ground, right? They're not going to make things easy at all for Portal Esports. But what I find interesting fixes at this point that in another game, the Shack has been blessed. Like we saw Quantum Rage holding up to that Shack inside the Miramar game. We saw that same happening for the lads inside the game of Sanhok over there. But now, once again, the lads of Freestyle, they are inside the Shack, and once again, they make it to the final circles here. So, Shack sort of was looking a good strategy, but now they are outside. They made a bit of a cover for themselves outside with that ridge onto that vehicle. So, certainly, this is looking a good position for them at this point.
Oh, it certainly is. Now taking a look at Joker. Look at him. Respect and Sunny right beside him. And I believe he's just lobbing a few boosters for him, and he's just going to inject that inside his body. And any single moment, if it decides to just lob one good grenade, I mean, these two players of freestyle might just turn into dust. But eventually, he's not going to go for it. As we take a look elsewhere, we've got Bottle Esports again in a skirmish against I8. That constant pressure coming on towards him, and another grenade being lobbed, and does take quite some damage, but not really knocked out.
Ooh, that nade from Joker pretty cool, close to the lads of Freestyle. Sunny goes down for that big range shot coming in from the lads of XGeneration here. So XGeneration still finding themselves into the equation fixes. So this is a big game coming in for those lads once again. Let's see what sort of a number can they actually take up, because I'm really interested. This is a team that has been sort of an underdog here, that is sort of performing in these opening games, and this is the last game for these two groups, right? So they want to end this game on a high, and with I8 and Crypt, the lads of I8 holding up the higher ground over here, it's going to get very difficult for all these lads out here. Freestyle still into the equation, but I don't see themselves and see them in a very good position now, because they are being kebabbed from different angles.
Yeah, they certainly are being kebabbed over there, and they've got to play their A game up. Now, Action, considering the fact that they've been already been spotted, they somehow have the blessings out of the circle, right? And now, the moment we have the next circle shift, it's sort of a decider, right? Who has the better of it? Because we've got teams absolutely positioned everywhere. Still, 4 teams alive, everyone eyeing out for the chicken, and let's see who gets this one. I mean, you gotta feel bad for Freestyle, right? They've been so close, but yet so far. Just having that one kill in their pockets, they certainly a chicken dinner would help their cause.
See, this is what I'm talking about, right? The shots coming in from different directions. We saw Joker pretty close to them, but now the blue zone onto the backs of the lads of XGeneration. So they got to move forward, and that is exactly what they would be doing. But they are like sort of panned up. They have got some spaces between the teammates, so that is sort of going to help them. But for how long, that is going to be the thing. But this is not a good ridge to play the game with. If this ridge goes out of the equation inside the white zone, they would find themselves out in the open, and then maybe that is a slight opportunity for Freestyle to get some points and sort of try to capitalize onto the situation. If that happens, that is the only option for Freestyle in the kind of situation they are right now.
But look at the kind of control that they have got on this region. Johnny, of course, have lost out on his wealth, but Crypto does find one more for himself, as Respect also will be falling right after, as Freestyle have been eliminated, and that leaves us with just last 2 teams alive. Now it's Action going up against I8.
And already 5 kills for Crypto. And look at that, one more coming in. The second knock might just round here on the corner. And Psycho just managed to get away from those bullets directed towards him. But that is not going to be the situation for Pan. He just gets eliminated by Crypto. And that's a UMP that he's using here with a 6x in the final circle. So that is Crypto for you, ladies and gentlemen. But that nade from Thug, UZM goes down. But still 2 lads standing from I8 right now. But another follow-up nade. That is the opening that Thug requires, with the close-in coming in from Psycho, and he is being denied that close-in by Crypto. He's still holding on to that higher ground and denying XGeneration the points that they are looking for. Who is going to take away those 15 points is the question for now.
I mean, it's the last man Thug alive and has been taken down. No mistakes being made. And again, I8 going for a back-to-back. I mean, they've been silent in those first 2 games, but boy oh boy, the boys have definitely stepped up. This time, 13 kills, again another chicken dinner, 28 points. This is where they're gonna start kind of increasing that lead that they have amassed. And well, I'm not really surprised at all. Completely understanding the fight. And I think the fight was over the moment, the players of XGen decided to push. There was no reason to do that. Maybe just trying to get inside the circle. But eventually, I mean, it was Crypto all the way along and has to be my MVP this time as well.
Wonderful, yes. I'm really happy with the outcome of the game. Getting away with that 13 kill chicken dinner, and they really deserved it, right? They were controlling this section of the map right from the beginning, and it's certainly turning into their favor into the last minutes as well. But what was really impressive, the kind of game that XGeneration was able to pull off here in this Erangel game, because this was their last game for the day. They really needed some good numbers, and that is exactly what they've got. 12 for the positioning. We'll find out pretty soon how many for the kills, but that is certainly going to give them the right push in the overall standing. But for now, the damage from I8 2125, I think that has got to do a lot with Crypto. He's certainly going to be my MVP for the game. We'll find out who is the MVP in a short while here.
I think the position he had held for himself, that is sort of what helped him in getting and securing that chicken, right? Because let's be honest, had he not had that high ground, I think things would have been different. But there you have it, 6 kills, 1232. I mean, it's Crypto. What else are you expecting? Look at the healing done. He's barely had to heal himself, like just 2 first hits. That's just about it. And just not 6 kills, but 6 assists as well. Ludicrous.
And that tells you something about the UMP as well. If a guy like Crypto is using an UMP inside the final circle, so all you viewers out there watching out, that is something that you can pick. The .45 has been really buffed, and he's using that to perfection here inside the final circles. I'm absolutely loving the game coming in from the lads of I8 in back-to-back matches. They've got this amazing results into the favor, and they're just telling it out that why they are considered the best team. And I absolutely love it that inside the group stage, they are making a mark right on the first day, on the opening day. And look at Crypto, 6 kills, a damage of 1232 under his belly. That is exactly the kind of performance we were looking out for it.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest over here. Crypto just getting back to his old days, right? The dominating old days. He had a sort of a loose start where he just wanted to get into the flow of things, and once he does, once they get that addiction of getting those chicken dinners, I mean, well, they don't stop. They keep on getting them and finishing their day in a beautiful manner. But yeah, Trooper, another thing that we need to put up is Portal Esports, right? The way they've been performing, especially Joker and Mom2. I mean, they did not really have the best of the survival time, but still they were till the very end. They made it to the top 4, and these 12 kills by these players, I mean, that was immense. That was intense actually. But as we take a look at the match summary, and it's going to be Mom2 with that 260-meter knock. Well, this is a good number still, because I'm still yet to get over that 629 meters knock that I witnessed. I mean, I'm still wondering how on earth is that possible. But either ways, Crypto having the highest damage. Khatir does get the most utilities used, but it's Crypto all along. And I mean, 3 out of 5, he's won it all.
And look at that, highest kills for Crypto, highest assists for Crypto. What is this? This is an amazing performance coming in from him, and absolutely loved it. And sort of lucky to witness it here right at this caster seat right now. But I8 going away with that 13 kill chicken dinner. Portal Esports getting 13, but look at XGeneration getting 21 points out of this game. That is exactly what they were looking for in their last encounter for the day, because this is the last game for Group A and Group B. So these teams are going to certainly play, but they're going to play their matches tomorrow. But the kind of game that XGeneration has pulled off for themselves here in the last game, they would be really happy with it.
They certainly would be. I mean, XGen, they were having a really tough start, but eventually things ended up the way they wanted. But CAFX, I mean, the last Sanhok game might have gone well, but this certainly wasn't. Overall, not a good day, and they certainly have to come back. And I must say the same goes for Team Envy. I mean, they got the chicken dinner, and that was a good chicken dinner. But after that, in the remainder of the 3 games, they sort of fizzled out, right? We could not witness a spark. Maybe in those next games to come, that's where they step things up. But overall, if you talk about the storyline, it has all been about Team Might in those last two games. They're back-to-back chickens for them, and the Billy Boys gotta give them some cookie points for trying at least, right?
And this push, this reckless push coming in from Tabby over here, and his teammates not supporting him, eventually falling down to that kebab situation there, and not the ideal kind of decision making from the ideal, to be honest. But this was the section which we were talking about that was into the equation for quite some time, and some kills from Portal Esports as well, making it to the Oppo F19 Pro moments, because certainly they got a lot of kills with that we did not witness during the game, but they had 12 kills under their belly. That's a big number, to be honest, Fixes.
That certainly is. I mean, I would have loved to witness 5 or 6 of them at the very least, but it is what it is. But this fight, I don't know. I've had sort of mixed thoughts upon it, because at one point you're starting to wonder as to why Psycho really went with the push, but then again you do realize the zone was not really favoring them. But as we take a look at the overall rankings, I8 having secured 2 chickens out of 4 games that they've played, 65 points, 26 kills, 39 position points. Boy oh boy, they look to be dominating.
Certainly, yeah, 65 points and 2 chicken out of the 4 games. That is like a 50% chicken ratio at this point, and they are having a gala time, and it's a wonderful start for them in this opening day. But kudos to Freestyle and Portal Esports as well to making it to the top 3. But these were the obvious choices, right? But look at the team at number 4th position, 48 points for XGeneration. I'm really excited how they're going to turn up when they play their more matches, because we should remember that every single team from this group is going to play 24 matches. They are going to get those 24 matches, and Group A and Group B have already played their 4 matches over here. And Renaissance, unlucky for them, out of the 4 matches that they played, they just got 1. Random 4, however, they've just played 3 because they missed the opener, and it's going to hurt them maybe. We'll find out if they're going to make it to the top 24 or not, and if they just miss out on the 25th or 26th spot, they would just blame that opening game, I'm sure.
You know what? I mean, for a second, for Renaissance to really make a comeback inside this tournament, they will have to go big. Now, they've messed up their first 4 games, but you still have a lot to go, and maybe tomorrow is the day where they start shining. But right now, what we're going to do is head for a short little break, because coming right after are 2 entirely different groups battling it out amongst each other.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship, of course, the Pakistan region, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro. Hook up your fun. And we are already done with our first set of groups. That was Group A and B going up against each other. 4 games were played. Of course, Team I8 did come out on top. But now it's going to be Group C and D. Now,
Yep.
Trooper, looking at the teams that we have in front of us, things are going to get so much more interesting from here onwards.
Yep, and team Group A and Group B, they have been really impressive. Group C and Group D, the names out there, QWERTY, like we have seen them play under the name of F4 before. So I've seen
Yeah.
this team play earlier. We have got Team Bablu that picks up a lot of fan base inside the region. So these two teams would be something that I would look for. But once again, we are speaking of the big guns, right? When it is going to come down to the underdogs, the challenge is still the same. They got to play one Miramar and one Erangel today, and when they come back tomorrow, the same lobby is going to play one game in Erangel and Sanhok. So these are going to be the 4 games that this group is going to play for now. Two today, two tomorrow. So we'll find out what they are going to manage to do inside the first 2 games today.
Yeah, exactly. Now you're talking about Miramar, right? Sort of, kind of takes me back to the down the memory lane where you've got Ocean. Did say some words about Team Bablu that they are the kings of Miramar,
Yeah.
right? So let's see. They've got their pride sort of lost somewhere in between, not being able to qualify for those big tournaments. But maybe this is where they make a comeback as we head in to the flight path trajectory all the way from Junkyard towards Valademar.
Yeah, and so a little bit of a southernish tilting plane path right here in front of us, and I think we might just find a southern first circle here inside the first circle. I've not given you the opportunity to ask. Go ahead and ask me. I've gone ahead myself. We might just find some action coming in from Los Leonos. That is what I feel inside the circle. But are the teams going to drop inside the city of Los Leonos and Picado? That is going to be the question, because the last time we witnessed the game of Miramar, there was just one team headed towards the city of Los Llanos, and there was no one in Pecado. And certainly that is looking the situation in this game as well. No one headed for the city of Pecado out here.
Again, I mean, this is sort of coming down to that reverse psychology, right? You sort of
Mhm.
anticipate, okay, guys, this is the round of 32. We might have a different team dropping off. They're not going to rule out our chances. And that is exactly what everyone in the server is thinking. But hold on, look at the flight path and look at the circle. Now, this is
Wow.
crazy. This is bonkers, completely going towards the crater fields. And we do know how this circle is going to pan out. But we do see that certain areas being clustered up, especially around Los Leones. So that's going to be really important and tricky for all these teams to realize. But right off the bat, we do see some action, breaking out in Chumacera.
And look at that, so many teams outside the zone, and just like I predicted, this area, Chumacera and Los Llanos, this was the section I was expecting to be part of the zone, and so were the teams, right? But the surprise, look at that hard shift in the first zone. El Pozo, La Cobreria, and that Oasis region that was added to the map recently is all part of this first zone. And look at where the players of Max are looting up right now. Max G Assad and his teammates, they are so far away, Los Higos and around that island, that southern island. But news coming in from Chumasera, right? We got to look at how the fights are going to shape up over there.
Yeah, certainly. Haven't really gone inside the fights, but finally, here we have DMW going up against Mythic, I believe. They've lost 2 players, but have managed to secure that one kill for themselves. Now, in a 2v3 situation, gonna see as to how DMW recovers inside this fight. Sort of did miss out on that action early on. And let's see as to what is really waiting for these lads, as we do see Kurama having spotted out Unpredictable, would want to get in up close and personal. Does just have those 2 Uzis on him over here. Part
That's
of
a
that's an ump. But yeah, I kind of like the push coming in from TMW. One player going in from the flank, other trying to take the hill up out, but no, has been shot down. Honk has been taken down, leaving Kurama just being the last player alive.
Yeah, backstabbed, I believe, from the behind. This is the team of Unpredictable, quite close to them. But I liked how the exactness of how he was absolutely sure. But this 1v1 upcoming here with the UMP in the hands of Kurama, he's making sure to make that impact, winning that 1v1. An important one for him as his teammate. His only surviving teammate is bleeding out right now. So he really needs to get in there and hold that revive. But before that, he's applying some bandages. This is some important time that he is missing out. He's not being rushed upon. He really needs your way to lose your teammate,
He's
my friend.
abandoned. He's abandoned him. He has completely abandoned him. Ouch. Aye, aye, aye. DMW Kurama. I mean, of course, has managed those 2 kills, but not a brother. Definitely not.
Look at that. He's jumped and lost some health. That was the kind of health he was putting on with those bandages, man. And he lost his teammate. I'm really disappointed over here. This is not. Oh, man. I'm really, really
Oh.
disappointed. He could have saved him easily, man.
Oh my goodness. I mean, 100%, yes. There was nothing to be worried about. He could have just gone in, could have protected him. But right now, I mean, the remainder of the players of Team Up might just spot him anytime soon. And there you go. Meets his makers,
Wow.
TMW Esports, getting eliminated right off the very get-go with just 2 kills. So that's the only consolation that they can have, that those 2 points that they've earned.
Perfect example of how not to play PUBG Mobile, right? They're in front of us. You got to prioritize your teammate, right? That was the revive that should have hold, but I think I need to get over with that and move ahead, because I can just go on and go on about how bad that move was from him. But coming back here, we have got more players. North Esports. Now, this is the team with a bit of history behind them. We have seen them play in various tournaments before. They were part of the PMCC Pakistan action as well. So they've got a bit of an experience behind them. So sort of a known name here. Let's see what they are going to pull off, because really big expectations when it comes to this sort of a tournament where you got a chance to be the best team out of your nation, right? You're already inside the top 32. At this stage, you just need to make sure, put your head down and get inside that top 24 and just read the game of other lads from your country. And that is exactly what these lads would be doing over here.
I mean, to be honest, we certainly have seen North Esports being one of those teams that has been there in those major events. But by the look of it, this lineup seems different, right? We've seen some players, and a lot of them have been those newcomers, right? We've got Lone Druid, we've got Samin, I believe he's an old player. We've seen Daku also in the past, but Mage and Lone Druid. So let's see what they put on the table, having secured 2 kills already. Now they want a few more, but that is exactly what they're gonna get. But at the same time, what they need to do is get their loot early. They need to start rotating. Now they've got a good start, right? 2 kills, 2 points for them. But this is the moment they need to realize that they need to make a run for the circle, because if they do not, someone else is gonna have a good spot and probably just dominate from there on.
Yeah, and despite from that move, other than that move from Team Envy, that early rotation that they made from that Novo Bridge in that opening game, I've really not seen a very good opening rotation from any of the team that has actually helped them inside the final circle. So you can say that Crypto, yeah, did manage to get that spot, and the circle did favor him towards the southern part of the military base bridge on the game number 4. But other than that, no big rotation that has been so timely executed have been perfectly executed till now. So we'll find out what these lads are going to do. But speaking of lads that we know of, yep, we definitely know this team. Khan has been an excellent IGL. The last tournament in which I saw him, that was, I believe, PMPL Season 3, South Asia. And now I see them play with a different name. Kuwati is the team here. Taking and all the 4 lads are still the same, right? We have Wolverine here, Voltrux, Khan, and the 4th teammate as well. So this is a team with a lot of experience behind them, and it's going to be a wonderful experience casting them and watching them once again.
I mean, you've got an IGL like Khan. What else on earth would you need, right? He's sort of an embodiment of always being there for his team, not just from the back lines, but this guy knows how to shoot, knows how to kill. And adding along, you've got Wolverine, Voltrox, Destroyer, every one of which is a player by themselves. They know how to hold their guards all by their lonesome. But now they might just be in a bit of a pickle because you've got a team right beside them. So that's going to be interesting as to how they're going to be encountering such difficulties. But I'm pretty sure we know these lads, right? They can certainly pull off something big.
Certainly, certainly, and a big expectation relying behind them as well. We'll find out how much they're going to justify it. But look at this, as the first circle is closing in, still a lot of teams still have not made their way outside the blue. So that is a concern because this is not Sanhok, this is not Erangel, this is Miramar, my friend, and these desert roads, they are going to take up a lot of time for you to cross them, and that can be a difficult situation for a lot of teams out there. So we'll find out how those teams that are still lurking around in the blue are going to make their way inside the existing second circle. But still, as I said, a lot of teams outside. That is going to open up crucial spaces and compounds for all these teams who have already made their way inside the zone. Look at that rotation coming inside the backdrop. There's not going to be a lot of challenge because there are big open spaces that are going to be helpful for the execution of those rotations.
Certainly, 100% agree with you. Now, we did take a look at all these teams, so a few of them deciding to play from the edges, a lot of them trying to capitalize on the center, and Team 40 was one of them. But we did see Team Bablu as well on the northwestern sides, they've got no trouble to deal with but eliminate Esports. Well, one small mistake, and Khan might just spot them any single moment. So it's going to be a bit tricky for them to really approach this fight going up against a team like QWERTY. That's something that you would want to avoid in those initial stages. But we do have some fights happening elsewhere. We've got Traco being picked up by Lone Druid already.
True, true, and interesting choice of name there, Fixes, right? Egoist. That is an interesting name. I remember the days when we used to cast Bangladeshi games. Not there was no game absolutely where a new team would come up and we would not go banters about the kind of name selection that they were doing. They're
Right.
definitely leading the charge from where in terms of name selection. Some really, really amazing names they get for themselves, but some good names coming in for ELM Esports as well. We saw a name of Nawab over there, Egoist. So some nice name selections, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, the baton has definitely been passed upon multiple regions right now. And, well, it feels good. You've got some names that you can be proud of. And we've seen those instances. But here we have, I mean, Team QWERTY off to a good rotation. I like the split for them. And they've started kind of shifting their players onto its different locations. But the only problem, you've got that high ground. You've got your backlines clear, covered. But in case one of your players even gets knocked out, it's going to be a rather difficult task to get that rest back up. But I believe Egoist has been spotted out. Team Eliminate might just be in a bit of a trouble because no shots have been fired from their side. But before we just get to that, Voltrax does spot out Goku, will take him down, but the finish is yet to come. But this is something really promising from Team QWERTY. Now they have the freedom to make their move, might just go in for a few different angles, few different flanks, and maybe just capitalize upon the situation.
Yeah, apart from that scuffle inside Chumasera and this fight that Team QWERTY is looking to execute near water treatment, not a lot of not a lot of action that has appeared inside this Miramar game, to be honest, in the first 12 minutes that we have witnessed it. But the reason being there, maybe the lads, all the teams from Group C and Group D, they're sort of under the leaderboard pressure. They have already seen the teams of Group A and Group D put some substantial number on the leaderboard. That might just be the only thing that I'm figuring out. Other than that, it's been a slow start for the lads of Group C and Group D, with TMW making an early exit. Still 15 teams remaining inside this lobby, and somehow the circle has just almost like cut out half the section of the city of La Cobre area. And this is the area of the map which has a lot of ridges, right, Fixes? So it's going to be an interesting battle out here.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be rather very interesting. I somehow sort of anticipated that, it's going to be somewhere around Crater Fields, but has sort of gone towards the eastern side. I believe Team Bablu has got a very promising position. Now, they are sort of Miramar specialists, right? So they are definitely going to capitalize upon that, but might just meet a few unfamiliar, neighbors around them who do not intend on giving them pies. Rather just, to pummel them down with bullets or grenades. But either ways, you've got GRX Esports, and I mean, quite some interesting choice of logos, I believe. Sort of has taken inspiration from some popular websites, but eventually its impulse just being blown away into smithereens by Khan. I mean, you do that somehow in sort of open, well, QWERTY is yet to will always punish you.
I think they're making a different sort of impact. They're sort of everywhere inside the game, trying to control it. And I'm just liking the way how QWERTY is like taking charge in this early mid game that we are witnessing. Already, the 14th minute is here, and different sort of teams trying to look at this. Just one kill. I'm a little bit surprised. They've got some few knocks, but converted just one out of them inside this vehicle, obviously. And GRX Esports losing their first player out here. But this is a good ridge to control, and this complete third zone sort of lies between three big chunk of high ridges, and there are passages between these ridges that are going to be controlled here by the teams who are going to hold the higher ground. So rotating in this sort of a circle is going to get really, really tricky. Whichever side the zone is going to shift, it's going to get difficult. And as you can see, Destroyer spotting brilliantly this rotation coming in from Mythical Esports and hurting them.
Yeah, I mean, almost have managed to secure a knock, but then again, QWERTY, they're sort of capitalizing on the situation that they have, right? Got the high ground for themselves. They are just taking a few shots. Now, Mythical, they've been pinned down. I mean, now all that Vortex needs to do is just flatten their tires, and that's it. He's done that job. Mission accomplished. Mythical are officially sabotaged.
And now they're stuck. Where are you going to go, my friend? You're stuck in a situation in a compound. You have the cover for sure, but at some point you got to move out. And maybe they can just hope that they've got a vehicle intact so that they can make that rotation. In this sort of a situation, you got to read which sides could be occupied by your opponents, and you got to place your vehicles in such a manner that at least that's sort of a risk that you take. You got to take your vehicles into different directions so that if you get backstabbed from one angle, at least you have the other vehicle intact. And I really hope for Mythical that they have got that other vehicle, because other than that, the game is literally over.
Yeah, I mean, they need to figure something out, right? Just that one minivan, I think, which has also taken quite some damage. But right now, we've got test officials making their move, going up top the hills, but they need to find a good spot. And there we are, back to the old days where the gods of PUBG weren't really benevolent, as we've got that AWM on a suppressor, which is supposedly supposed to fit in an AR.
Yeah, but that is the first time the additional attachment is not fitting onto the main weapon, right, in the near drop that we are witnessing today. But action coming in, ladies and gentlemen. QWERTY Esports getting some, making some serious waves inside the kill feed as well. So they've got some good position to hold on, and they're hurting multiple teams in the vicinity. We see some bolt action shots being taken. Wolverine might just be on the receiving end, but no is the answer for now. Let's see what Max D Esports is looking to do on the northern edge of the circle. They are hurting the lads of 110. That is wrecked Esports under some bullets that have been pounded upon them.
Well, wrecked Esports, I mean, they're in a bit of a dicey situation. You've got Max Esports in a good spot, right? Red has a good position, has just blown up those vehicles and has done a really good job at that. And now they're on periphery of the zone, and they're not letting them enter in. And there you have Killer spotting out the players of Mythic, and oh my god, what a kebab situation they found themselves into. But the woes of GRX haven't really ended, because you've got a squad right beside them.
This is the sort of the land area where rotating and going into the vehicles is like moving into a grave. If you're going to move into that rotation, someone or the other, either holding a concrete cover or a higher ground, is going to shoot at you. So you really got to like put a strategy into what is going to be the timing of a rotation. We have seen at the world top class level that the IGLs do go for a bit of a chip damage from the blue zone and put in that late rotation, so that they have an idea when the circle is just about to close and the next circle is about to form, so that they do not have to rotate once again in the later stages. And that is not the strategy that I can see being implied by these teams over here. So that is something that they can work out when the next time the circle is forcing them to play these higher ridges. And this is really a difficult situation for a lot of teams out here.
It certainly is. Now, well, we've got to see Max Esports going neck to neck against Team Eliminate in a 4v4 situation. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be important. It's going to be spicy. But Professor having knocked out Khan from a different team over there. So that's going to be for a different day, as we've sort of missed out on that fight. But now, Professor finally lobbing one more grenade onto its Rahi. Is it in the right direction? Does some
Ooh.
damage though, but somehow Rahi escapes alive.
Oh, and that second nade going in a completely different direction. And he would just find himself lucky. No, he won't. But he's closed, and that is the important thing for him because he was taking some damage from the blue. And now that shift of the zone fixes see all these players taking this fight towards the northern edge are finding themselves outside the zone. They are on a higher ground at this point, but they got to move towards the downside, and that is going to be the challenging situation. Now, what are the IGLs going to do? And look at this already, the skip up situation, and down goes Ripper with that big shot coming in from that Glacier M4. And the push on Professor now being executed by other lads of Max Esports here. So multiple casualties being reported there from the northern section of the game.
Yeah, I mean, well, things are gonna get interesting here on as Rec Esports are just gonna be pummeled down with bullets by Rahi, who's sort of managed to, do some definite damage to that vehicle. But Killer, let's see what this lad is up to, because GRX, they have their own troubles to deal with. Finally, Raja going in for the push has spotted down one player over there, but it's sort of exposed, and I was wondering as to what is Break up to, and Raja finally being taken down, and out of his mistake there was no support from behind, as finally Killer has decided to step up, and he's the last lonesome survivor for his team. GRX Esports making all the wrong decisions, making all the wrong moves. Now they're gonna feel the heat over here, as any single moment Team Mythic might just want to push on towards them.
That is where the patience game comes in, right? That was the pressure on Raza, right? He felt he did not have a good cover to play with, but he had his teammate is still surviving in that cover, right? So he just did not need to make that urgency. But what we are looking here, two players down from the team of Kuwati, Voltrix and Khan down. But look at that brilliant cover coming in from Destroyer. He's got that knock with that AKM on the right time. The revive is going to be held on. So these teams who played a really silent game in the early 20 minutes are now certainly changing the gears over here. The push coming in from North Esports on the lads of Kuwati. Destroy the last guy standing in front of him, and they are closing in with the Uzi in his hands. Zameen trying to make some pressure and apply that on the lad of Destroyer, but Destroyer coming with an answer. And now look at this with the Uzi going in. He's taken one down, but eventually the team and the squad of Kuwati goes down onto the 10th position. I had really hoped that they got some kills, but certainly it was not looking on the cards that they would go down so easily.
I mean, well, QWERTY, they was just completely, shut down by North Esports. A kind of a control that they took, properly, constantly, in fact, launching all those grenades, making sure the players were out. Destroyer did put up a valiant effort, but it went down in vain, as they did get knocked out at the 10th spot. Not the kind of positioning or the points that, if, QWERTY would have wanted. But then again, it's still the first game. Now, we've got 8 teams in contention, and Team Bablu somehow needs to get inside the circle.
This has not been the kind of Bablu that I've been told about, right? So I'm looking for a big game coming in from this point onwards from Bablu. Let's see what they're going to do. I've heard Team Wolf and about Khan 420, Zibian and Dani as well. They can take away the game in seconds, and that is exactly what we are looking for. But I'm really surprised, not disappointed, surprised the way QWERTY was taken down there. North Esports certainly making to leave behind a big impression in this opening game for themselves.
Oh, it's going to be really interesting. Now, up having a really good position. If they can spot the players out of Bablu, they can do some considerable amount of damage. But taking a look, Fred, I think he spotted out Bablu. This player, Sibian, but did not really take a few shots onto him. Meanwhile, Khan had been knocked out. But Red, he's got to do something about it. He's making the move. Might just be a huge mistake. Right out in the open. Punished completely. And there you have it. He's fallen down. And a lot of mistakes being made in this lobby by a lot of teams. And they are sort of dealing with the brunt of it. But looking at Team Death Squad, they've just got 2 of their players alive. Now, they've got to go up ahead. And how I do not know because they're being hammered down by DES officials.
Yup, this officials are holding a really good high ground in the under the situation with just seven. That volley precisely on point, hurting him really bad. That was Khan with that volley and hurting him really bad. So look at this, the kind of area that they're controlling right now. The question is, how long can they control it? And with that many shots right on point, they're going to hurt those lads out, just trying to make some cover with that vehicle. And these lads, these officials, they're finding themselves in a really good position and making some serious impact on all these players out here. Those are the lads from Mavericks, I believe. And look at that M24 shot from Khan also coming in inside the kill feed. Some really impactful game from DS official inside the final circle over here.
I mean, Team Poplu, they're doing really great. They've managed to secure 5 kills, but here we have Frafe from up top dealing hell to these teams. And not Esports, they might have eliminated Qwerty, but they've got even bigger tasks. And by all means, we've got a final 4v4 skirmish, and things happen so quick. I mean, it's just Team Bablu up against DES officials. Now, DES still have that higher ground advantage. They can really back and forth. Sebyan having stepped out from his vehicle, but Teen Wolf, a beautiful cover fire protecting his teammate. Now, Team Bablu has got all the time in the world to try and go for the push, but then again, they need to sort of anticipate their flanks, or else they're just corners.
It's a really good gameplay coming in. The kind of utility usage that Team Bablu is showing right now, that is exactly what was required for someone to do against DS official. The way they were controlling that higher ground, it would have been difficult for any team. But brilliant utility usage coming in from Bablu. Not only the smokes, the nades as well that they were using, but still they are getting shot upon. These are the final 2 teams inside here, but 4 lads from Team Bablu making it to the final circle. So DS official really under some pressure over here with these 2 lads. Oh, I am really impressed with Bablu. The way they've played this final circle, amazing. Still, the chicken dinner is to be decided, but for me, the way Bablu have played this final circle, they are definitely going away with this chicken dinner.
I mean, they are known as kings of Miramar for just no reason, right? They do know how to win those low ground fights. And now look at those nade barrages being displayed by this team and Bablu, one after the other. They do know the smokes are out, and someone must be hiding underneath it. So they're going to capitalize. But then again, you've got that one member from DS Official trying to traverse around with his buggy just to meet his makers, as Khan 420 is committing in for the push. Any single moment will find Hasni, but it is Bablu who eventually just ran over with their vehicle and have managed to secure that winner chicken dinner. I mean, boy oh boy, these guys know how to do things in style, and they are back. 10 kills, 25 points. Wow.
Wonderful. What a performance coming in from Team Bablu, right? And they were sort of absent during till the late mid game, right? But after that, the way they have controlled the game, it's like a spectacular performance. I would really say I'm not disappointed from Group C and Group D till the end, because I was looking that there were mistakes being made by a lot of teams. But the way Team Bablu, that the way North Esports, the way these DS official have controlled the game towards the later stages, this brings the variety onto the table from the region, right? And they were not aggressive from the word go, from the initial half of the game. But when it mattered the most, the later stages, multiple teams were erupting and showing a different level of gameplay. And that is really good for the region overall.
Yeah, that indeed is. I mean, you talk about Team Bablu, they've been silent for quite some time. You know, not being able to make it to the big competition, sort of not standing up to the expectation. And boy, oh boy, how have they come back in? They start off with a chicken dinner right off the bat, looking completely confident. And like you mentioned, you know, they know how to play this map, right? They were initially silent, just focused on their drop. They focused on their loot, and they started doing their rotations. But once things went in their favor, they knew that this game could be theirs. They took it. And well, their officials had all the time in the world having that higher ground. They kind of messed up, crapped their pants in that. But talking about the MVP, you've got to give it to Lone Druid over here. 6 kills for this lad. And I mean, on certain individual levels, I am loving how, you know, you're seeing a player stepping up every single game. 6 kills, that's a big feat for him.
And he got multiple kills on the lads of Kuwait as well.
Yeah.
So that was a big team to pull down. And really kudos to him with that damage of 918 in the opening game. He's made some substantial, more than substantial, I would say, a big chunk of like contribution to his team. And the healing done, look at that, 381. So that will give you an idea that how many fights he's been into, how much damage that he did take, and use the meds to like do the healing there. So that's a really big number for him. Other top players from the game, we had his teammates joining in. Zamin was there, like with a good performance coming in. Then we had the lads from Mavericks, and finally Zibian from Team Pablo also making it to the top four.
Yeah, I mean, that was ought to happen. Zibian being one of those oldest players of Team Bablu. We did see some, roster shuffles, but a few of the major players are still there. And I mean, we've been talking about trusting the process, and there you have it. I mean, Team Bablu off to really, really fantastic start right from the tournament. And I think we're going to witness bigger things from here on. But again, coming back to the fight that we did witness between QWERTY and North Esports over there, I really felt the players of QWERTY were sort of kind of clustered upon one spot, and those grenades really did help the cause. But taking a look at the match summary, I mean, it has sort of been divided, right? Not just one player completely owning, but it's again Lone Druid having the highest skills and highest damage. But in terms of utility usage, you've got to expect Dean Wolf to step up, and indeed he has.
And yeah, coming back to Khan 20 maximum assists, and look at that Teen Wolf utility users that you were speaking of right now. I just love the way how he pulled in that smoke for his teammates, because they were using two buggies, right? And his two teammates were sort of trying to head up against DS Official, and he made sure that before boarding his own buggy, he popped in a smoke for his teammates. That is the sort of teamwork you need always from your teammates, so to like get this sort of a result. And that is exactly what Team Bablu was able to pick off here. 10 kill chicken dinner, that is the exactly kind of start that they were looking for. They've just played their one game, already 25 points on the leaderboard. That is going to boost a lot of self-confidence in them.
That indeed is. I mean, but then again, North Esports, they also sort of deserved this win the way they were playing. Did get eliminated on the third spot, but nothing much to scoff about. 3 points shy from Team Bablu. That is how dominating this team was. But if you talk about teams having a bad time, I mean, from the big names has to be QWERTY, man. They were looking really solid. I'm pretty sure their damage given numbers are going to be way up top. But again, in that one sticky situation, there was a Scott off, and North Esports it just capitalized on it in a really fabulous manner. Taking a look at the Oppo F19 Pro moments, this is where TMW gotta be very critical about that play. I mean, that sort of a play is something that you do not really anticipate at such a huge level as this.
Surely, and I was surprised from Team QWERTY. They were holding on to a higher ground, and as we were talking, one of the three higher ridges from the circle were under the control of Team QWERTY. I was surprised, why did they go for that compound? Maybe they just ran out of options. That might only be the reason. But this was also a really good moment where Unpredictable was trying to control things with that M249, but Dani made sure that he had his own M249 to answer him back. And DS Official really did make an impact in the final circle up till Teen Wolf and his teammate decided to use and go into that utility battle against them. This is the smoke I'm talking about. This is a brilliant performance coming in as a tactical game from Team Bablu over here.
Yeah, I mean, some signs of brilliance being shown, and there you have it. The overall rankings being displayed right in front of us, and right off the bat, it's Team Bablu. They've made it to the first page, being on the 8th spot, just out of that one game that they've played. 25 points collected for them, and if they sort of continue this kind of onslaught, I think by the third game, they might just topple over I8 and take that first spot for themselves. But it's just that one game that remains before we call it a night. So in Erangel, we do not really know what can happen, but I'm certain that I would expect Team QWERTY to be going all guns blazing. But as we move along further, we do North Esports. They're not far behind. So I think all these teams have done a really good job at picking up the pace right from the very first game.
Yeah, they would be really proud of themselves making it to the top 16 just out of the one game that they have played. And you got to remember, right? You got to be inside the top 24. That is the cutoff line that you got to surpass, right? So this is not a good situation for NFPxTact. We have already talked about them. Random four, they played 3 matches, slipping down to the 17th position. So that one miss game already hurting them in some ways. But other teams that were part of this Group C and Group D encounter still lurking around outside that 16th place. And what is wrong with Renaissance 7? They just got 1 point out of the four. Yeah, I remember them. But if this sort of show continues from Renaissance 7, this group stage might just be the curtains for the journey.
I mean, yeah, of course, in the round of 32, where you've got teams that are really good, and then you've got teams that do try but can't be really good. But then again, we can't really be critical about them today because,
True.
again, they're a new squad. You've got those nerves trembling, you've got those hands shaking,
I
and
really
it
hope.
becomes very difficult being a professional player, being in their shoes right now. Of course, I mean, it's the first day. They still have a lot of games to go. If they can cover it up, then you never know. We might see them in the top 24 because let's be honest. I mean, it's the top 24 teams that are going to be qualifying. So it's going to be interesting for Renaissance. But right now, what we are going to be doing is go for a short little break because coming right after is the final game of the evening.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on. keeping it real. I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. Good thing going on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship, of course, from the Pakistan region, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro. Now, we've done with that first game between teams from Group C and D, and wow, Team Bablu right up top. But things haven't been looking really greener for Team QWERTY. Of course, we are going to be expecting them to make a comeback in the greedy pastures of Erangel. So let's just head in.
Yep, and once again, for the last time for the day, the plane path is here in front of us, and we are going to head back to Erangel for this first game for Group C and D, which they are going to play in Erangel. They've already played their first encounter in Miramar, but this is the first time they're going to head towards Erangel. So a bit of drop collision is always expected here because this is a new set of lobby that is going to enter, and that is going to be the situation for the first 2 days. I feel for the first 2.5 days inside this. That the new set of lobby is going to enter into a new map, and there are going to be a lot of surprises.
A lot of surprises indeed. Now, we know that all these players are comfortable in Erangel now. It completely comes down to where the circle pans out. Out of the two Erangel games that we did see, we did witness a certain circle, but this time, I want to see something different because you get biryani 7 days a week, you tend to get bored. So might as well switch to shawarmas. So yeah, shawarmas this time, different circle this time. Let's say let's okay. I think I'd settle with the Gatka zone, but let's see what the gods have for us.
Let's see if the good curse circle is what we are headed to, but we'll find that out shortly. But there's a decent. Oh, look at that brilliant Gatka circle
Okay.
fixes exactly what you wanted,
No.
right? A
It's a
brilliant
quarry circle this time. Gatka is still there, but I think
Yeah.
somewhere it's going towards quarry. But this is something we love. Now, this is not those regular circles that you have. This is not those regular kebabs that you have. These are special. And in these special circles, well, you get really good moments.
Ew, but I'm still surprised that Mavericks turning out once again a three-man squad. Yeah, that is one thing to watch out for. But look at where TMW are headed. Kamishki is the choice of drop selection for them. They're still in their parachutes, like hovering and like going long distances towards Kamishki. That's going to be a big rotation coming in for them. Just hoping that they don't get caught off in the rotation.
I mean, you talk about all these northeastern teams, right? Look, I was just gonna touch upon that. I mean, Yasnaya, that's completely clustered up. One of those bigger areas where teams would love to drop in their round of 32s, but then again, it's the same herd mentality, right? All of them might be thinking it's a big area. What could possibly go wrong? This is exactly what goes wrong as they're losing out on numbers. But Team Bablu again having the best spot inside the circle. They've got Katka for all by themselves. Now you've got the players of Star going in for the push, and Professor has certainly been knocked out. Now Hassan is gonna make no mistakes in getting the kill confirmed. Will get his hands on the loot though.
That is Rect Esports getting some shots in the early half of the game. This is the area between Yasnaya, Poliana, and School, and some early action coming in. I think these were just lads trying to loot up compound and move away to other compounds as well quite quickly. And in that process, they have found this opponent quite close to them. So Star 111 making sure that they do not miss out on the opportunities and getting those two kills right at the right time. You can get your third teammate there, mate. Yes, exactly, and he's going to do that now. But that is not going to be the privilege for the fourth teammate, and he's going to get that bike for sure now. But that rotation, that big rotation coming in, where do you think they're heading towards the northern side? This is a rotation that sort of is looking towards the city of Severdi, maybe.
I think Siverny would not really be a completely bad choice, but do they have enough time, Trooper, to go there, just
I
step
doubt.
away from the vehicles, loot, and then come back inside the zone, which is around Quarry? So, tough decisions have to be taken by these lads. But I think they've had a rather good start, right off the get-go. You're getting those 2 kill points, very necessary, very essential. So they must be feeling happy.
I think you can broadly categorize IGLs into two kinds, right? One of them who just want to play the waiting game, trying to kill the time, making sure that their teams are equipped quite early. And on the other side, there's an IGL like IC, right? He would always make sure that his team is there at the right spot at the right time, making sure and controlling the game right from the word go. That is how he likes to play his game, and this is a different sort of strategy completely. They're just trying to waste on the time, move to a city that they are sure of that is not occupied in this plain path, and making sure that they get the loot and then come back into the action. So we'll find out what Star 11, 111 are going to pull off, but certainly. I would say, but by this game you will get caught off guard when you are trying to make those late rotations.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you going in for those late rotations, it does come at a cost, right? And very few teams in the world I've seen, I think, amongst the Southeastern Asian teams, well, they're good, but teams that have really perfected the art of, playing through the edges have to give it to the teams playing in from the Western region, especially teams like Navi. I mean, that is one of those teams that I can take their names 100 times because how beautifully they never take the circle center. They always play from the edges and somehow manage to secure a chicken dinner most of the times.
Like if this would have been a game at the world level, right? This is the kind of time when the first circle is closing and that almost all the team is in rotation. They are not just wasting on time to like go to a far off city or something. They would change their drop locations and make sure to grab that early loot and hold up that important position if they are going to play the center or the edge even, but they're going to make sure that they are going to be there quickly, and that is sort of a thing that is missing from this region in the altogether scenario. But that is going to come with time. They're going to learn it with the experience when they're going to get that opportunity and exposure to play against those big names. That is when they're going to learn from that experience. A team like I8 knows what I'm talking about exactly. They know how to make that early rotations. They know
Right.
how to grab those important points and get substantial numbers out of a game. But certainly in the overall experience, that is something that is absolutely missing.
Yeah, I think we are being critical, but then again we have to understand one thing,
Yeah,
Trooper. It's still the round of 32s. I mean,
yeah,
if things
true.
are getting so exciting from here onward, I can't really wait for the finals when you've got I8, when you've got the likes of QWERTY, the likes of Team Baplu, everyone sort of in the same lobby, and all the remainder of the teams have been filtered out. We are looking at some kick-ass PUBG Mobile action. But getting on board, we've got Test Official. So they've secured a good position for themselves. They're just holding on to it. Not really greedy for the kills, but then again, you do know the value of getting a chicken, right? You do know you've got that 15 position points, and they've had a rather good start. Second position in the first game. All they need to do is just carry forward this kind of a gameplay, and well, they're good to go.
Well, Pixels, we have seen two teams take extreme actions, like TMW going to Kemeshki and SAR 11 going towards the city of Severny. And now both the teams are heading from and executing that big rotation that we were talking about. It's going to get really interesting if they find each other in the course of the game. We'll find that out. But right now we have Bublu here holding up the center area right now, just lurking around the quarry region. And with this airdrop getting sort of the attachment you would love to have on the org A3, but not the exact location where you would like the drop to pan out to. It's out there in the waters, and the beach is there quite near. But if there is an opponent, you're going to be an easy target trying to loot that drop out there.
You certainly will. Now, Mythic has had a decent start so far. They've managed to secure all their four players alive, and they're looking good. They did spot out one of those teams just passing right in front of them, but they decided to pay up a blind eye over there. They decided they as if they never existed. So it's going to be really instrumental on towards how they are going to be executing their plans. Are they going to be just not going to be causing any ruckus? Or are they kind of just gonna go guns blazing in? So it's gonna be important to see what kind of entry inside the circle they want for them. But either ways, it's still the first zone taking in, doing some little bit damage. In the meanwhile, GRX they've managed to safely enter inside the circle, away from any threat, away from any casualty, but going out so much in the open. Imagine a team just hiding in those far off hills. They can be turned into dead meat in no time. And not
Honestly.
look at Raja. Imagine someone just shooting at him.
And he's shown already that he does not have a lot of patience, right? The way he charged on into that Miramar game, that is not the kind of situation you really need to put yourself into. That you really need to make sure that there are some covers around you where you're taking those halt, and that is going to be very important. Like even Wolverine here, he's got multiple options here. There's a vehicle, this beautiful vehicle that he has, and then he has a tree right next to him. So multiple options for him to use as a cover. And I think this is something other teams also need to learn from the kind of experience who already possess Team Bablu have with them. I was really impressed the way Bablu played the Miramar game. Like
Oh,
honestly, the way they were using the utilities, it's always going to be impactful in any fight. If you're going to use utilities in that manner, the chances are you're going to come on top.
100%. I mean, that is exactly the reason why they have won all these games. But, well, Wolverine does make me feel really poor. I neither do have that Godzilla right beside him, and I do not have that McLaren right in front of him. So, yeah, I'm unhappy.
Oh, that is a very rich display, right? Right there in front of us. I'll hope for you, fixes. I can only feel for you at this point, right? And
My
I can
luck is
hope.
so bad. I never get them. I still keep opening crates, and I still never get them.
We all can feel for you, fixes. Like the audience here can feel for you with me, right? You can just keep on trying. That is what I can say. But let's see if you're going to get lucky. Just make sure that you like tell us on your stream that when you're going to get lucky, right? So that we know that you have finally got that those beautiful assets onto with you.
I mean, I'd really be lucky at the cost of just burning my entire pants. So, I mean, that's a kind of a luck I really do not want to rely on. But let's not make it about me anymore. Let's just focus on the teams right in front of us. We've got North Esports going up against GRX. Now, I really like the positioning from these lads because in this kind of a circle, I love that spot. You've got that perfect dip to play around, those witches sort of protecting you. You've got your angles covered if you have a four-man squad. But now this is a moment of truth. We did see the circle slightly going towards squaddy, but has decided to take a rather eastern shift where we've got Team Max at a very good position, but yet to see that circle rotating and heavy hap for the first time,
Oh,
ladies and gentlemen. It's the MG3 LMG. I mean, I absolutely love the gun. I played it in the PC rendition of this particular
yeah.
game, and boy, oh boy, it's really good. It's satisfying.
Were you able to control it? Were you able
Yeah,
to empty? Oh, wow, that
that's the
is
best
excellent.
part. Trooper, that's the best part. It's not really as harassing like DP28 can be in the PC
Okay.
version. It was rather comparatively easier to control for me, and I was happy about it. Now, if it was easier there, it should be really good for the players here.
And with the new feature, right, you can like control the sensitivity for each gun individually.
Yeah.
That is a brilliant addition. I feel like you can spend your time inside the training grounds and find the perfect sensitivity for each of your guns. And I think this is going to be a very impactful gun with 75 rounds there inside a single inside a single shot. There, that is going to bring a big impact. You can imagine you can just with those 75 rounds you can empty like two squads without a single reload.
I mean, yeah, exactly. All you just need is to spray and pray. But as we are talking, I believe the players of GRX might just be threatened a bit because North Esports, they are closing up on them. Now, that might be bad news, but looking at it, I think Impulse is prepared for someone just to peek around and blow his head off. But heavy up, the boys from QWERTY still holding on to that high ground.
Let's see what sort of an impact they would make, because we have seen them holding a higher ground earlier in the game. But Bablu Dani, he needs an escape with his scoop right now, and he's going to head for those compounds right in that vicinity. And that is the exact sort of concrete cover he was looking for. Just a near escape for Dani out there. But he has the information now. Let's see what sort of usage his teammate would do with that information which he's found for his teammates out there.
Let's see. What are they up to? I mean, considerably. This somehow Dani was lucky enough to just escape, but he's not going to be lucky forever. And now we've got QWERTY somehow still, enjoying themselves, having that high ground advantage. But Wolverine, taking a look at him, he spotted a squad in the far off fray, and that's going to be star 11. So it's going to be interesting if QWERTY decides to pick up this particular fight. I really feel one thing from them: they're getting bang on spots. I mean, their positioning is completely perfect, but during those fights, things tend to fall off. So if they can work out on that just a little bit, I think they're good to go to win the championship.
Really, that is a big statement coming on the opening day. I feel, but we'll find out if that is going to happen or not. I'm going to remember that, and I'll going to retell it to you on the last day as well. But certainly, this team is capable of doing wonderful thing, and might just run away with the national championship title as well, because that is going to be a really big title on anyone's shoulder, right? That is a star you always want. The best team out of the entire nation is exactly what these lads are finding out and who fighting for right now. And out of these 32 teams, one thing is for sure: one of them is going to be the national champion for the entire region.
Yeah, and earn themselves a slot for the
Yeah.
PMPL. Now, that is what makes it so very exciting because it's happened for the first time. I mean, majority of the times we do see for performances coming out from PMCOs, but the national championships also being included. That's amazing. But here we have the third airdrop coming in. All right, this time with the perfect set, we've got that AR suppressor onto which that marker 14, the gun that has been forged by the demons themselves. So yeah, whichever team takes it has a good chance of winning it. But considering the fact it's so very out in the open, I barely think anyone would want to go and take the risk. But Zibian, in the meanwhile, has
Yeah.
been taken down.
Ooh, and eliminated from the game. So, but a trade coming in from 420 as well. So, Team Bablu finding themselves into a bit of action quite early into the game. Let's see how that is going to shape up for them. But reinforcements also coming in. Look at the position of Maxi Esports and look at the minimap. They're surrounded by 4 enemies in 4 different directions: east, north, west, and south. So, this is a very tricky shack that they have picked up for themselves. But with multiple vehicles around them, let's see what's going to happen. And look at this, another action developing inside the smoke clouds here. The lads of 4V trying to capitalize over the lads of TMW that were in the long rotation, looting up from Kamishki, entering into the late mid game here. They are not finding good use of that big rotation over here.
They certainly aren't, and haven't really escaped from the trouble. Have managed to revive one of their players, but Tony needs to heal himself up really quick. And Hardy just trying to go in, find something, but hasn't managed to do so. But Test Official have team up right in front of them.
Ooh, TMW losing another player here, and this official, as you said, fixes, they might just make an impact. But look at this, the lads of Unpredictable right in front of him. There are multiple enemies. If he gets an opening with an unnade, that is what he was hoping for, but he's been denied completely. Now the charge is on to him with an AKM from the right flank. Myth is going to head on with Ted's red right on, and he's going to pick him down. And this is not an ideal situation that he was hoping to do with that AKM. The lads of Unpredictable falling down in front of the ES official.
Yeah, and they are sort of continuing that onslaught and team up. I mean, they're going to be enjoying themselves. They've managed to get that kill confirmed onto its desk. And like they say, I mean, they have been sort of passive right from the start, and they haven't really been getting a lot of action. So you tend to have those cold fingers, right? Instantly. And you've got a team like Up, they love to get up close and personal, and that is exactly what they did, taking the flanks around. I love the positioning in from Dread, and well, the players of Test were not really prepared for what was coming their way. But taking a look at the zone, we do have the players over here, and I mean, Team Bablu does have that central spot, but they've taken some casualties. So that sort of concerns me. But I'm waiting for the next zone to kick in. But I really like QWERTY's positioning this time. You know, they've got no one up on their tails, so they can have a good entrance inside the zone. But considering the circle is way out in the open, they better have their vehicle secured.
Exactly my point. They do not have anyone on the tail, right? But they have a lot of open spaces right in front of them. They really need to create some sort of a cover. So the vehicles that they are using right now is going to get very handy for them. You can see Voltrix here using his US as a beautiful cover, but he needs to get that US inside those white lines. That is going to be
Yeah.
the priority for him. But there are some haystacks that they might use towards the end, but a good situation for them. But I also like the position of North Esports in the map as well. They were holding up a higher ground, but with this shift of the zone, they now have to get away with that high ground. And look at that, exactly what is happening to them. They're losing onto a player, and now the squad of Unpredictable also getting inside the thick of things. They are getting towards the southwestern edge, and this is where they're going to find North Esports controlling this all important ridge.
There certainly will be, and we've been talking about unpredictable, right? They certainly are unpredictable. They're kind of changing their pace, you know, now just stopping the Ante as North Esports are in a bit of a situation over here as the push comes in any single moment, but they have another squad right in front of them. That was some beautiful spray coming in from Lone Druid, having managed to knock one player. But Daku and Mage, they finally back up. They've got that first hit kicking in any single moment, but the push is going to be coming anytime soon. It's going to be rather critical, but elsewhere we do have some different fights popping around, and well, North Esports, can they hold themselves up? That's a big question considering the fact that they've lost out on Samin already, as Laundrewitz continues that spray. He's taking a lot on his hands, eventually getting knocked out.
Look at the mini map there, Fixers. 6 to 7 teams trying to fight for the edge out there. This is a beautiful scenario for me. Destroyer hurting Mythical over there. They are the lads from North Esports still lurking around the corner. Unpredictable trying to put some pressure of them. You're trying to use and find an opening through the ridge, but North Official trying to keep them away with the kind of utility that they're holding up. And on the different side of the map, Voltrux and his teammates making a serious impact, getting some kills for themselves, hurting the players of MaxD Esports at this very point. Mythical losing more players for Vitoni on the left hand side of the kill feed over there. So these are still 12 teams and 37 players as the fifth circle is closing in a big number, a big chunk of number, making sure to enter inside the sixth circle, the seventh circle. This is going to get pretty interesting, and guns blazing from all directions over here.
Indeed, it will be, but I really am thinking as to how on earth have the players of North Esports managed to stay alive for so long, considering Up was right in front of their face. But TMW Esports, they're going to be biting the dust, and now finally North Esports are going to be making their moves, having knocked out two of the players of Up, going after Remover, who eventually sort of trades off one, but eventually both the squads get wiped out, and it is a completely different team. We've got Team RD getting all those kills in their favor, and both the teams have fallen.
Raindrop dropping the bullet right at the right point on the last lad of North Esports, eliminating him out of the game. But kudos to him for removing Unpredictable out of the game. I really feel that the second last lad who just went down, Hunter, he should have done a little bit better in that situation. But that is going to be the end for North Esports in the 9th spot in this game. They had a pretty decent last game, but here they have got an elimination during the late mid game. Let's see how the final situation is going to shape up, because look at the number of teams lurking around just outside the edge towards the western side. Look at that rotation coming in, that big rotation coming in, and players being hurt out there. Bablu Dadi going down, he's been knocked. His teammate is taking a quick trade out there, but players falling down in all directions at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone just being shot down, and things aren't looking too good for Team Bablu. They've lost out on two of their players, but Team QWERTY somehow keeping themselves alive with all their four players. They are definitely looking good. 6 kills collected already. We have seen Team Bablu get a chicken dinner in the first game, but can Team QWERTY seal this one into their name? As well, we've got the players of KO finally eliminating Raindrop, and they go down, but with 5 kills in hand. So they are going to be getting those placement points and those kill points, and that's going to be a good number. But Mythical, they're making their move. Just Malik, the last player alive. He does have the players of QWERTY right in front of him, but if he makes one wrong step, or if he makes one small sound, he's going to be heard and he's going to be taken down.
His position is really not very good, to be honest. QWERTY on one side, Bablu on the other. He can get compromised at any point. But in that, between all that, ELM Esports getting some beautiful knocks and beautiful impact on the game. And look at this long-range M4 3x shots with the use of that US that they're using right now, trying to make an impact, because these are open fields, right? You need substantial cover to somehow hold on to your ground, and which is absolutely missing under the situation. ELM Esports Ripper trying to make an impact, and on the other side of the map, Voltrix is also down for Team QWERTY. They were looking in a good position, but now when we are down to top 4 teams here, we are watching QWERTY losing on to players, and this is not looking a good sign for them.
There certainly isn't, and Team Bablu having bitten the last 8 points, it's something that they can accept, and all courtesy to those early kills that they had. Now, we sort of in that 4v4v 3v1 kind of situation, with just the final 4 teams alive right in front of us. Destroyer trying to bomb angles, has taken a few shots, but might just get punished for that, because we've got one player right over the rock, and he does punish him for making such a casual mistake. As Team QWERTY look to recover, let's see if they can manage to get inside the zone.
Too much of a cover near Team QWERTY, right? They're getting a lot of unwanted attention at this point. Shots being taken from multiple directions, but Wolverine, he's sort of looking not in a very good position to help his teammate Destroyer over here. Now the thing is, have QWERTY done enough to clear the corners, clear the angles, so that they can get inside this new zone in front of them? This is going to be a difficult challenge for them, but the way KO Knockout is trying to hide inside the grass over here, if they somehow get the grass in their favor and the cover is well executed, no is the answer, because they are getting found out in the open from the players of QWERTY. Kwan getting that beautiful knock in time, but we got to keep in mind that still 2 players from ELM Esports are still surviving around the corner. This can be anyone's game at this point.
This certainly can be, and Voltrix has been dealt with a blow, and QWERTY have lost out on 2 of their players. Now things have started getting really interesting in a 2v2v2 situation. This game could absolutely go anywhere, but there you have it. Knockout being dealt with some heavy damage, and it's just that one player who was actually alive and still is. But Team Eliminate, they also have a good chance at getting this chicken if they play their cards right, because everything sort of pans down to where the circle is actually going to rotate, and where the circle is, rather whom the circle is going to favor. As we've got the last player from Knockout, does have the cover from the rocks, or rather just from that airdrop, but not for long.
He had an airdrop, but he does not have a helmet, and I'm really surprised with that Knockout. And he's making a lot of movements out there. The green grass is not going to be a friend, my mate, if you're going to make that sort of a movement. So you got to be really still. But the problem is the blue zone behind him. It's forcing him sort of, and this is good news, like for the lads of QWERTY, right? Khan, he wants that problem to persist for the lads of Knockout. But ELM Esports, look how dedicated they are. They know that they got to concentrate towards the left, because they've heard multiple shots being fired from that direction. They are trying to find out lads in the yellow grass. That is Team QWERTY. Khan with his teammates, still a big threat for ELM Esports. That is the only hurdle I feel in between ELM Esports and the 15 points out of this game.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I really want to have my money on QWERTY this round because they've been looking so promising. They've been looking so good. 8 kills already for these lads. We've got Khan leading the team from the front and is now in a 2v2 situation against Team Eliminate. And Team QWERTY, they've got what it takes to seal the chicken dinner. All they need to do is just connect those final few bullets as they are making their way inside the zone. As Eliminate, they stand still, or rather are prone still, not even making a movement, and finally have decided get spotted off. The trades are of course there. Goku against Wolverine in a 1v1,
Ooh.
but it's Team QWERTY coming up top, and there you have it. Winner chicken dinner for these lads, and wow, have they popped off in style.
Amazing, amazing. For a moment there, I really felt that ELM Esports is going to run away with the 15 points here, but Wolverine making sure to holding on to that final kill, and he got that amazing kills in the final circle to make sure to get his team to that 25 points out of this game. All important 25 points. We have seen what 25 points can do for you. They can right away take you inside the top 8, right? And that is exactly where Team QWERTY is headed. A 10 kill chicken dinner for them, just what they wanted from the final game. They're going to sleep really peacefully tonight.
They certainly are. I mean, this is what you expect from Team QWERTY, right? You've got Paplu getting the first chicken. QWERTY couldn't be far behind, and I mean, I'm rather impressed by the way they approached the circle. Few mistakes were made, but as long as you're getting chicken dinners, I'm gonna pay a blind eye to it. And yeah, I really think the way they were having those high ground positions for themselves. We've been constantly talking about some massive damage numbers being popped off, right? 2516 is still a big number, and they've managed to just get 10 kills out of it. So you can see how dominating this team particularly was in circle like that. But if you have to talk about the MVP, has to go to Dani. It's not Bablu Dani, but it's a different Dani from Knockout, having secured 5 kills and has a massive number, 816 damage.
Definitely, and kudos to you as well, Fixers, for spotting that QWERTY had a really good position from the coming in from the northeast side, right? You
That's
predicted
my
that
job, you know.
when there were 14 teams, I was rooting for North Esports to be in a better position, but certainly the way QWERTY have played this game inside the final circle, and even in the last moments, I felt like ELM Esports had a better chance. They just wasted a little bit of time there, not getting in to that crucial cover position, and that is where they were caught out in the open. But Knockout Esports, they would be really happy with the kind of results they've got out of this last game. Some good numbers for them out of the out of the second encounter for them, but the sixth encounter of the day. So they've got to play 2 more games tomorrow in the opener. Let's see what they're going to do over there.
I mean, Trooper, right from the very start of the day, right, we wanted to see some new players, some new teams. I think I see that in Knockout, right? Maybe I'm just stepping on the gun too soon, but I really liked what they displayed in front of us. And coming in as an underdog, going up against teams like QWERTY, you've got Paplu, and still, making a mark for yourself, that's big. I think we are yet to look out more bigger things from them, and I hope they do.
Certainly. We can only hope for all those things to happen at this point. But honestly, from Group C, Team Bablu, DS Official, QWERTY, these are the teams that have stood out, to be honest. And I would really keep my eyes on all these 3 teams too when they come back for the show tomorrow. But look at what Team QWERTY did here. 25 points out of this game. ELM Esports, they also getting 20 points, so they would also be really happy and definitely going to enter inside the top 16 by the end of this day, and that is exactly what they wanted to be. I'm sure that in just 2 games, if you can be inside that top 16 position, that is exactly what you want, right?
Yeah, that is exactly what you want. You want to have that. I mean, yeah, top 16, that's fine. But top 24 is where you qualify for the semis. And I believe, if you're getting that chicken dinner, even in a single game, you're really close to your dream. So, yeah, all these teams are going to be happy and eliminate. Of course, one of those other teams that has really impressed me in terms of how they've been getting those kills, have been getting those points. So, good stuff going on from all these few teams. And overall, I must say it was a good day, right? I mean, we sort of did eventually see the big teams dominating, but the new teams aren't really far behind.
Certainly, at this point, I would like to add that these big teams do not become big teams in a day, right? They have also
Yeah.
grinded, they have also practiced, they have seen all the rough work that they have done. There's a lot of practice behind any big team and any big name from any region whatsoever. So this is the Pakistan region, and there are a lot of enthusiasts from the region and a lot of players who like to go ahead and dominate the game. We are headed to the Oppo F19 Pro moments, but continuing to what I was saying, that it's all we always root for the underdogs to come up front, but we also need to give some credit to these big names as well, because it's not a coincidence that every time a tournament shows up, this big lads always come up and have results in their favors.
Yeah, I mean, but 100% agree with you. But the most interesting fight that we did witness, North going up against Up, and both these teams going after each other, eventually just to be taken down by raindrops. And there you have it, the positioning coming out from Team Quirty over there. It could have been anyone's game, but they still knew, they had faith in themselves, they believed. And of course, if you talk about Quirty, you can never rule out how important or how instrumental Khan becomes in their victory. But here we have the overall ranking, ladies and gentlemen, after game number 6 of today's evening, and I8 still stay up top, but nothing taken away from Team Bablu and Team Quirty, having just played 2 games and made it to the top 8 already.
Yeah, and look at this, North Esports, ELM, and with them DS official. Just on the basis of one game, mind you, they did not get any point in the second game in Erangel. DS official got all the 18 points in Miramar. So these 5 teams would be really happy from Group C and D, the kind of performance they have pulled off here. And in the remaining 2 matches, I'm sure they're going to propel themselves much higher in the points table as well.
There certainly will be, because the way they are playing. I mean, the first game was fine. The second game they kind of messed up, but it's fine. They are gonna be looking strong coming back in. But as we head on, this is the group like where GRX are on the 24th position. They can certainly do even better. But taking a look at the teams that are not doing better, and 2 of the big names that pop up, it's going to be NFPxTact and Renaissance. So not really having the best of the points secured for them. But again, you never know. I mean, tomorrow might just be the day where they start popping off. Tomorrow might just be the day they come back and get a chicken dinner for themselves back inside the tournament, because that is exactly what I want. I do not want just one team completely dominating, absolutely shredding everyone in the lobby. I want that competition to be there till the very end.
But overall, I completely agree with you, Fixes. But overall, I would say I'm really happy with the overall performance of the entire
Yeah.
region. This is the first time I've casted the round of 32 for this region, and the kind of performance and the tactics that have come up, I'm certainly hoping and really excited when we go to the round of inside the semifinals, or when the finals come up, when we get the top-notch 16 teams. The level of gameplay is definitely going to increase, and these guys have a lot of games to play, right? With 24 games for each and every team out there, they are going to evolve as players and as teams as we move ahead inside the group stages as well. So all these things are going to be into account. And are the big guns going to hold off those strategies? Are they going to keep things secret till the last group of 16 round of 16 as well? That is going to be a challenge for them, but that is what the challenge is, right? If you're at top, to stay there is always a challenge.
Yeah, it is always, and you need to do something about it. But taking a look at the kill leaders for the evening, it's going to be those new names. You've got Halsey, you've got Marsid, you've got Psycho, and then to end things out, it's going to be Crypto. But yeah, all these players that we are looking in front, we are going to have our separate attention towards them, because, well, they started off big, and I think they're going to continue that sort of an onslaught. And like you've been mentioning, Trooper, about secret strats, about hiding a few tricks up your sleeve. I think these teams are just going to go all out during the finals. But like you mentioned, that's for a later date completely. But for now, I think teams are just going to, I mean, if you're strong with your basics, if you're good with your rotations, if you have good positioning during fights, you're good to go. But taking a look at the day's report, we've got the maximum kills being secured by North Esports. That's going to be 17, and you've got the maximum knockouts coming in from QWERTY, and the damage had to be ludicrous, right? Because I knew in the game of Miramar, they had been getting those numbers. They were just being shied away from getting those kill points. Eventually had to meet the makers, But in the second game, they covered it up all.
I, I think we're considering Group C and Group D only here because the way the teams from Group A and Group B also played, definitely it would have been difficult for Kuwait to get to that top marks just inside two games. But yeah, that was
Right.
for Group C and Group D for the two games. But overall, I'm really happy and pumped up after this day number one over here. It was an amazing, amazing experience casting and witnessing all these matches. Fixes. If I at this point, I would ask you, who do you think? We have looked at all the teams, right? At least once. You have already rooted for Team Bablu. Other than Bablu, if I've got to give you just one more name, which team do you think is looking the most impressive on the day number one? Who would you go for?
I mean, of course, has to be I8 considering they've got those back-to-back multiple chickens, and they're still on the streak is on. If they get a chicken tomorrow, it's going to be hat trick. No one's going to take that away. And then you've got the big contenders, the Lions themselves, Team Quirty coming in. So many big teams about to just to show up. So many new stars to be made. But ladies and gentlemen, that's all for the night, as we are going to be calling it an off because we are done with all the matches. So we're going to meet you tomorrow, same place, same time. So you don't forget to tune in then. For now, we'll take your leave. Goodbye.
Are you keeping it